Kamen Rider Black Cider.
The pull, I can't resist. Born of fury, clenching fists. I'll make them kneel, I'll watch them pay. You'll fear the monster I became today.
Well, I paid for the service, but the screen's gone black. Can't play a thing away to get back. All the folks online are gonna have to wait. Guess I'll step outside and accept my fate. 'Cause it's alright to be disconnected. A lot left that needs to be perfected. Might as well walk and touch some grass. Maybe talk to a gal, have a little laugh. Yeah, it's alright, unexpected, but it's alright to be disconnected.
みんな位置について現場は静かに静かにもう揺れないといいなみんな位置について現場は静かに静かに Hey, I said quiet. You light up the city sky shining bright like a supernova. Your love is a force of mine, making my heart race like a motor. Chains can't hold me down, with a flick I'll break free. Every villain in this town better step back and let us be. Don't feel calling, don't be shy. It's happy hour, and here's why. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Your love's a shockwave, making hearts beat faster. Whoa, 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 my heart's in overdrive. Searching through the neon glow, my heart burns like a fire. I'll melt the shadows, you know, with the love that never tires. We're going on a quest to protect what we cherish, but don't lose sight of our best. In the dawn, let our worries perish. Don't feel calling, don't be shy. It's happy hour, and here's why. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Your love's a shockwave, making hearts beat faster. Whoa, 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 my heart's in overdrive. No force can shatter the peace we have found. Our bond is like a tether, stronger with each challenge. Don't feel calling, don't be shy. It's happy hour, and here's why. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Your love's a shockwave, making hearts beat faster. Whoa, 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 my heart's in overdrive. On this journey we defend our love strong and bright. Bring back the joy, my friend, let's ignite the night. Don't feel calling, don't be shy. It's happy hour, and here's why. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Your love's a shockwave, drive. I wonder if Josh is gonna make this time.
Somewhere out there, Josh is kicking all kinds of ass, and I hope he's looking out over beaches like this. Do you remember the mid-2000s look in video games? I remember that beautiful tropical look. The one of my favorite memes as I was cruising through this to show you guys some of this stuff tonight was the Baja Blast from Taco Bell, that Kool-Aid-y kind of drink there. I don't know, I've never had it, it'll kill me. But it tastes like the water in this picture. And here to discuss with me the wonders of yesteryear video games and their tropical paradise presentations is the lovely Miss Nerdigans. Welcome aboard.
Hi, Black Shirt Nation. Because I think that's
She
what we're supposed to
remembers.
call it.
I don't.
See?
Yeah, you're the black shirts. If you don't know, you're a black. If you wear a black shirt, you're part of our group. It's the black shirts. I'm sorry. It's in the notification when you first show up. It's the little trailer. The black shirts coming. That's all it is. It's not. I'm not putting together a real army. I just noticed we don't call you guys anything. We can't call you the Bounders. That's a little weird. Bounding Nation seems a little off. So why not the black shirts? Everybody and their brother has a black T-shirt. So welcome aboard.
Somewhere.
Right.
Well, somewhere.
Right. Somewhere out there in the world. But yeah, this was an aesthetic that I miss about video games a lot. The ye olde tropical look, because I really think when you go away from this era of video games in particular, when things were sort of innocent, I guess would be a good way to put it.
Yeah, it was a simple time. It was a simpler time. It was a better time. And something that, I saw before coming on here is Defying Elves posted like some of the Cowboys versus Indians, like Looney Tunes cartoons. And they were saying that like cartoons were unhinged back then. It's like, yeah, that's when cartoons were better. We had it so much better back then. We didn't have to deal with trigger warnings. We could just enjoy cartoons without triggering people. You're muted.
I hit the wrong button. How about that? We run a professional show around here on 01 Tokyo Happy Hour. But here we have it right here. Like, this kind of stuff, it's not that it's nostalgic. It just looks innocent. I know when they make things like hyper realistic, I think it just takes the magic out of it. Might be the Disney kid in me, like way down in there, next to the aorta. But, it might be just that nostalgia bit, I guess, maybe, but it just feels more innocent than like having a real 4D experience in VR where everything's hyper realistic. I don't need to see my reflection in the water. They can just be like 8 polygons piling on top of each other. It's all right if it looks cool.
Well, this is why, I mostly read manga nowadays, and I'm covering anime this season. But the thing is with manga that's great is, and also webtoons to an extent, is webtoons is like manhwa. You still get that, like, because manhwa, which is Korean, is not hyper realistic. You still get that illustrative lightness. And with manga, there's more of a spectrum where you get like either like illustrative, surrealistic. You do get the cartoony aspect sometimes, and then there's the opposite where it's like more on the hyper realism side. So it's like there's more going on compared to like with video games where it's just so focused on the realistic side of the art spectrum that it's really lost, if that makes sense.
No, I absolutely agree. And again, like, we're seeing more of that play out now as, once again, the Genshin boycotters rear their ugly heads and have something to say about what a private corporation is getting up to with the things that they don't declare as historically or reality-based accurate. Instead, lately, I guess you're telling me that they are losing their minds over a heterosexual relationship, the reason we're all here.
Well, so for those of you that don't know what's going on with the Zen Zero situation, is they believe that this character named Caesar is as a lesbian, because in their minds, any character that is butch or tough is a
Tomboy.
lesbian, or a tomboy is a lesbian or trans. That's how it is. But in this music video, which is really good, the music is, the track for this is great, is the character Caesar, who is a biker leader, or a leader of a biker gang. She is like, she self-inserts herself into a shoujo manga, and she is dreaming of being with a male character named Weiss. And it set off, well, we call them Yuritards in our circle. It set off Yuritards so much. They were furious. And I couldn't believe some of the comments that I saw. One of them that went viral, has like over 200,000 views on my Twitter, is someone said straight ew. Like, these people were so triggered that this character could be straight, and a couple of them were saying it, that this is like the first canonically straight Hoyoverse character. Like, these people believe that all Hoyoverse characters are gay. This is a Chinese company, mind you.
But how would that work?
That's what I want to know.
I realize there's magic, but I mean, at some point you have to be like, we can't keep magically cloning ourselves. Our magical clones can't count to 10 anymore, and that one over there doesn't even know how to say algebra. You know, it gets a little screwy. So it's like you gotta keep the soil churning, if you will. Keep turning the soil, if you will, and that's I don't know. It's bizarre to me, this fan fiction they have in their heads that human beings are just going to continue reproducing, even though apparently in their minds 90% of us are gay. And I don't know how you go through through your day believing that, like even for a second, that there would even be a 50-50 split and expect humanity to continue in any measurable, orderly fashion.
Well, the other thing that I thought was really funny was the one person was saying that this was like straight bait or straight cell bait. I was like, what? What are you talking about? And
what is a straight cell? What is that now? Is this like flesh tubers? We gave up. We got breastfeeders, we got birthing people, flesh tubers. Now we got straight cells.
And then,
what is this? What is this? A straight celibate? What is that now? What, a gay cell? You're gay celibate?
Like,
bi celibate?
Then there's the fact that these people believe that, oh, you can't be a tomboy with a feminine side. That's not allowed in these people's minds. And then I learned something else, like a new word. Instead of butch, it's called boy now. Like B-O-I instead of B-O-Y. And that's like trans mask and butch people. I'm like, what?
Why are you crossing those two?
Like, what? I don't know what is happening with these people.
Brain
these
damage.
People are...
Well, see, they survived eating the Tide Pod thanks to modern medicine. And this is the trouble with not having the Darwin Awards. You know, these people go on and they, you know, rather than succumbing to the poison of consuming detergent, they survived and ended up going on to complain about this. That has nothing to do with them. And this is the problem. Like, you see this again and again. Like, we'll you know, our organization tends to draw attention to when characters are deliberately made gay. Perhaps they weren't before or previously undeclared, but when they are declared anyway, we tend to draw attention to, here's another one, guys. But you notice they'll come out and they'll tell us, it doesn't affect you, so why do you care? And yet here we are. Here we are with the classic switcheroo, where something happens that they don't like, and they refuse to tolerate it. What a surprise, huh? Hypocrisy, left, right, upside down, backward, and forward.
It's just ridiculous. Like, let her just let her be in love. Let her have like be happy and have her romantic dreams. Like, a lot of people in the comments and the QRTs that I saw, they love it. They love that she got to, that Hoyoverse showed this feminine romantic side, that she was a shoujo manga reader. They liked it a lot. So these Yuritards are being so dumb, and they're just a vocal minority that's doing this.
And incredibly vocal. minority.
Yeah, and
Perhaps
even Yuri-tards are a vocal minority
Too
in the
vocal.
Yuri community as well, because not all Yuri fans are like this. No.
Well,
It's
to be
it's
clear, this is another subgenre in Japan of same-sex entertainment.
well,
I guess
it
is the
should be
best way to put it.
Asian media, because Korean and Chinese media have
Yeah,
girl
I don't
card
know about
too.
China. I don't know about China, but
It's
yeah.
definitely Korean.
Yeah,
Korean definitely has it.
yeah. But so yeah, so the whole situation that's evolving with the same sex relationships is that like we have the Fujiyoshi who run around
Fujoshi.
Fujoshi that run around and pretend that the boy love genre will save the universe and that it is integral that everyone everywhere read it and enjoy it, that sort of thing. On the inverse, now there are Yuritards as they're being labeled now, and these are people who have the same type of lust for same-sex pairings. However, it's flipped over to lady on lady behavior, and so like, once again, with the equal fervor comes the equal annoyance. And so there you understand it, why this is so frustrating is that it's just as annoying as having people who insist that two men who hang out together should be in love. Now you have the inverse of that, where they insist that these two opposite sex people shouldn't be hanging out and being in love. Even though they hang out together, you know, and that it's very annoying. It's like what happened to love is love? Apparently, when it gets beyond the edges of the rainbow, it's not acceptable anymore. So,
Oh, and then I saw someone be like, "Oh, she's either bisexual or lesbian. Like, this is their way of coping." I'm just like, now
who's
you care about
coping?
bisexual?
Who's
Like,
Hoyoverse? The people who created this character?
no, the actual Yuri-tards, they're saying that she's bisexual. Like, that's their way of coping, and it's just funny because now you care about bisexuals, because usually these people don't care about bisexuals.
No, and usually they
so
hate them.
Weird.
You got to pick a side.
Yeah.
But speaking of picking a side, though, and in all of this anime stuff, we do have Aiden Ross versus Iron Mouse in an incredibly bizarre display of.
It's not the only one. I've seen quite a few. There's like at least a couple of Kai Cenat Sims have been doing this, and it's so gross. And this is all because Iron Mouse surpassed Kai Cenat as the most subscribed streamer. And from what I understand is Iron Mouse did a charity stream.
Correct.
And all the money from the subs were going to charity. So the fact that they're doing this is really disgusting. The fact that they didn't, and like they're just hating on VTuber. Like, look, I'm not a VTuber person, okay? I respect what they do, sure. If people like VTubers, go ahead. I like that that people have someone to watch and that they're doing content. They're not hurting anybody. They're just doing their thing. And what Iron Mouse does, I definitely respect them for what they do, especially since they are a disabled person and this is their way of, you know, being able to communicate with people.
So we should explain some of the parameters here before we lay into Aiden, okay? Because again, I'm not rooting for him, but I want to make sure we understand the miscommunication that has happened. Aiden specifies in this clip that he has never heard of Iron Mouse before. And so he is astonished that this person has surpassed Kai Cenat, who he is seeing a lot of. Because algorithm is just a mystery to people, apparently. After all these years that we talk about it, all these years we've acknowledged how it works, all these years we've complained about what it's dropping into our faces, it just doesn't occur to us that it isn't the algorithm sending this stuff to me. You know, of course it is. You see Kai Cenat once, it sends you again. If you watch twice, congratulations, it's going to be in your feed rather, until you say otherwise, till you tell the feed to stop showing you that. Whereas if you don't interact with VTuber content, you probably won't ever hear about Iron Mouse. Weird. It's almost like the internet's full of billions of people, and if you were receiving all of that information at once without any filter or content curation whatsoever, nobody'd be able to talk to anybody ever about anything. But before we get too far into it, I do want to say thank you very much, Rufus2236. Welcome aboard as a new YouTube member. You are officially part of the O.R.C.A crew. Welcome aboard. That is the Orbital Recon and Combat Array, the O.R.C.A. All right? Sometimes we use a giant laser to destroy things. You have to tune in and find out when we do that. So we'll get back to this, though. Now, on the other side of this, Iron Mouse is a VTuber who has become not just a darling of people who enjoy anime, but also somewhat of a mascot for people who suffer with autoimmune diseases. And that could range from having like an inflammatory bowel disease to having the fibromyalgia, where you have your cells.
Nerves. Basically,
Right.
my late significant other suffer from fibromyalgia. Basically, what that is, it's uncontrollable nerve pain. So, like, you never know when, like, it's gonna hit, like, the pain's gonna hit a part of your body, and it is excruciating pain. It is the worst thing you could see someone suffer from. It's an invisible autoimmune disease, mind you, but it's just it's horrible.
Right. And I'm not myself personally aware of what Iron Mouse has for complications in her life, but this is what she speaks to, and what that charity event was dedicated to was raising money and awareness for this organization called the Autoimmune Disease Awareness Foundation, I believe is what it is. So,
Yeah.
but here's Aiden explaining his reaction to this.
Iron Mouse, a virtual streamer, has become the most subscribed Twitch channel ever. What? As she surpassed Kai Cenat's record. Wait. Hold the fuck up. What? What the fuck is this? I'm not even trying to be on no hating shit, but what the fuck am I looking at? Can somebody give me the context behind this?
That's an anime girl. They've been around for a little while, pal.
I saw this picture earlier. I thought it was like some type of meme. It's a dude.
You thought it was a meme. Really? What would the meme be, Aiden? Cowgirl? What?
Dude, no shit. Guys, anybody that's role-playing as this is a fucking grown man. Or has a bitch working in some type of like basement. Like, I'm not even trying to be weird, but like, chat, like, if we're being real.
Yeah, but yeah, you're being really weird, pal. Suggesting that Iron Mouse is chained in the basement having to do VTuber work?
Like, that's disgusting. That, like, we're in 2024. We're not in the late 90s, 2000s, for one thing, because that's when a lot of that was going on. That stereotype was going on. And also, like, this is extremely sexist to think that, a woman can't be doing this.
Right. Well, and again, yeah, how could a woman outdo Kai Cenat, the guy that almost burns down his house with a gun flamethrower, one of the Boring Company flamethrowers? It deliberately says, don't use this inside. What does he do? He nearly lights his basement on fire.
Oh, and also, it's not a cam whore either. I'm sorry, I have to say it, because
That's fine.
this
There is
really
a
is
difference.
there's something that bothers me about this whole thing. The one thing that bothers me about this whole thing is this shows you that, Twitch, you could have just invested in VTubers and maybe you wouldn't be in this financial situation right now. You might actually have more people on your platform, but you chose to invest in cam whores instead.
What is it? It's pools, hot tubs, and beaches. Oh my. Yes.
Yeah. You invested in that instead of VTubers, which have a huge worldwide fan base and make a ton of money.
Like, what the fuck am I looking at, dude? Like, no, chat, like, real shit. Gigi, what? What does she look like?
That. Horns, pink hair, anime boobs.
Can I please see? Here's the stream. Oh, fuck.
I'm good at representation of me.
Yes, of you. I can't believe you have one fan.
Okay, so let me ask you guys a question, bro.
Tunes in for 5 seconds. I hate this. This is impossible. This must be Chinese interference. There's someone locked in a basement. It's a man.
Like, dude, it's just, this is so, it's so sexist. Part of me wants to say racist, kind of racist in a way, but I feel like this is just mainly sexist than anything else.
Oh, wow. Look at that. You see this right here? Her face down here. You see that? The face you
Yeah.
make when Aiden Ross doesn't know who you are.
Bro.
Yeah.
Before I really talk my opinion on this, is there anything wrong?
You talked a lot of your opinion already. You sure you want to talk more? You really? You sure, pal? You sure?
Like, I need to know, is there something like wrong with the person behind this shit? I'm
As a matter of fact, yes, but not what you're thinking. Not that wrong. The other kind of wrong.
not trying to be weird on God, but like, bro, you gotta give me the context.
Think? Oh,
Okay, shout out to Iron Mouse. That's awesome. That's really, really dope. That's dope. Shout out to her, chat. Shout out to her. You
Look
shit,
at
she's-
this. He's
I ain't gonna lie, she's doing the
seething.
marshmallow method, chat. She's doing the marshmallow method. Marshmallow?
He doesn't understand VTuber culture at all. He thinks that this is a person that is like standalone with this anime girl avatar thing. Has no idea. He thinks, yeah, the marshmallow performer took on what the Daft Punk boys did. He put on he put on the helmet and didn't show his real face to the public most of the time. I don't believe he ever did, but most of the time he does. And so Aiden's assuming that this is her shtick. That much like the Daft Punk guys, much like Marshmallow, she doesn't show her face. Not realizing that that's like item number one in VTuber culture. You know, that once you don the animu, you don't go back. You know, you don't ever appear in public as a fleshy, I guess, flesh tuber.
Most famous DJ in the world. Puts on that mask outside. People know what people, right? But like, shit. I'm not gonna hate. I'm not gonna hate. Good
Yeah, you did. You already did, man.
for her, bro. Good for her. Good for her. Good for Twitch. But I want to ask you guys a question.
What do you think it's going to be? What do you think his question's going to be? Do you think it's going to be profound? Think it's going to
No.
be deep? You guys keep it up out there? Yeah, oh yeah, he's salty, that's for sure. You're absolutely right, Rufus. He is absolutely salty about this. It's paining him that someone who is just adorable from every angle possible, even the background. Look at that. There's a little tiny monkey in the chair there. It's adorable little like Mario style, everything has eyes monkey in the background. You know, and everything it does have eyes. Yeah, everything's looking at you. Isn't that weird? But yeah, she has this adorable background. The character herself is like positioned to be tinier than the male counterpart she's with. Who, again, this is all like on an OBS screen. You don't have to make her tinier than him. He can be like in her boobs if she wants this to be, but instead she's presenting herself as sort of like on scale with IRL, right? That the male being larger and stuff like that. So it's killing Aiden that this looks like something his like girlfriends would adore and love and maybe have brought up in the past, and somehow he can't wrap his head around the allure of it. It's amazing. Amazing. I think he's 23, 24 years old. He did a stream with Trump. It was the largest live stream in history, I believe, at that point. Aiden Ross's claim to fame, this is the guy that's up in the corner. It's complaining about Iron Mouse. It's Aiden Ross up there. Aiden Ross's claim to fame is that he played NBA 2K something or other one of the years. It was very important. Played it very well. Every time he was streaming, he told everybody he was streaming with that he wanted to stream with celebrities. He got the attention of LeBron James. LeBron did not play the game with him. I was previously misinformed on that. It's much worse. LeBron apparently just got into a call with him or a Discord call. Anyway, he got pumped into the stream audio and he just watched Aiden play 2K. That's it just, and that's how Aiden got famous. LeBron watched him play video games and everyone was like, wow, I want to be like that guy. And that's his claim
That's so
to fame.
sad.
So him losing it over Iron Mouse just being adorable and consistent. I mean, that's it. That's all you got to be. That's 9/10 of why most of these people don't take off, is you just got to be consistent with what you're up to. And she did. She was consistently adorable, and people tuned in for that. Rufus says, I'm not even into VTubers, just a couple of them. Unless the person behind the avatar is actually evil, I don't get the hate. I think it just goes back to the anime thing. People are uncomfortable liking children's media. They think it makes them, one of those people.
Well,
And
they
in
think
reality,
they think all anime or anything animated is for kids, when in all reality it's not.
again, that's true. A lot of people take a look at VTubers having enormous jiggly physics boobs, cartoon or otherwise, and they feel very uncomfortable with that because they associate cartoons with children, with children's media. But again, it's a different sort of culture because the Zoomers and the Alphas don't see it that way. Millennials are sort of on the cusp of the Asian invasion, but the Zoomers and Alphas were definitely marinated in it. And so they respond better to anime characters than they do to live action guys like us and Aiden here. And that's the truth behind VTubers. The majority of their audience is, I'd say, under 25, at least under 30. And they do very well in that because these kids have all grown up with anime. They've grown up with Genshin Impact. They've grown up with Dragon Ball Z being in syndication and things like that. This is all their stuff. The manga is all what they're raging about, not comics anymore, And so this is what Aiden just isn't considering. Like, he knows how to talk to Trump. He knows how to talk to Trump about policy, but for some reason, he can't connect that political mind to what he's seeing with Iron Mouse. It's amazing that he's so mad on Kai's behalf, even though Kai Sennett's probably somewhere in the back of a truck reacting to TikToks at 60 miles an hour. That's because Kai, people couldn't understand that too. That was the other thing about this, is people couldn't understand why Iron Mouse was more popular. And you have to understand is that Kai is a thrill seeker. Kai Sennett. And I don't have a post of him right off handy here, but Kai is a thrill seeker. And so his audience responds to that. And that's who shows up. So when the thrills are over, there go the subs too. And Kai's not a guy that can just keep legally. You can't just keep upping the ante every single day. You're eventually going to run the odds and end up getting caught and nailed with something severe. So occasionally you do have to sit in the back of a truck and react to memes with your friends rather than run around with a flamethrower in your basement. And so that's what happened with Kai, is that the thrill just can't keep running all the time. Whereas Iron Mouse is just slice of life. She just comes on, plays video games, talks to you about stuff, laughs at memes, and that's it. It's not extreme things. It's stuff you can listen to while you're washing dishes.
How did she surpass Kai in this shit? Because but listen what I'm really about to say. Don't say GG Aiden pre-canceled. No. How is this possible? Because I'll be with you guys, when Kai was doing the subathon, he was unfuckable. He had the most subs for a reason. I saw him everywhere on the internet. This is my first time I'm hearing about this person. Let me explain to you guys why AI is taking over. It's for charity.
Why is AI taking over?
Yeah, that is different.
Why is AI taking over? No, go back to that. That was important, Aiden. He doesn't go back to it. He immediately, as soon as somebody says charity, he's like, whop, time for me to pivot out of this. I'm going to play stupid now. I'm not angry anymore. Now I feel weird. But, TV Doki? Sure. I think that's another one out there somewhere. Iron and Prime Gaming out here. Nice. All right. Getting some gamers in the chat. All right.
But what I think is funny, because you mentioned what Kai does, it's like, dude, Kai is trying to be the modern day Jackass, and you kind of can't do that unless you have like MTV sponsoring you, and they're not doing that anymore.
Right, and he's again, this is what a lot of the Zoomer and alpha streamers do, is they go and commit crimes, and so long as they're like minor crimes, apparently, that only endanger their lives, they're getting away with it so far, but it's all on camera, so it's at any point the police can be like, yeah, you remember that time that you jumped over a Lamborghini that was driving 70 miles an hour down a public road? Yeah, that's not legal, pal. Come on, come with us. We have video evidence. 7 million people have video evidence.
I mean, you're describing what I saw in the live streams back in like 2020. I saw someone light a USPS truck on fire in Atlanta. This was before the election. I saw this happen, and they were just going for it. I saw people like filming themselves looting stores during the riots. I saw the person that lit the Wendy's on fire in Atlanta get recorded too. Like, you see it. I'm telling you, I've seen so many stupid things on live stream. Like, it took I think when did Seattle stop? I think it was, I want to say like a few months in, or no, it was in January 2021 or something like that. Seattle Antifa realized, yeah, we probably shouldn't be recording ourselves doing this kind of stuff anymore, and like
Mostly
completely like did a media blackout. And it was the same with Portland too. It was,
Yeah.
it took them that long to realize it. It was so funny.
If you don't know, Nerdigans is our riot hawk. So if there's anything going on in the world of civil disobedience, she's usually got her finger on the pulse of it. So
Yeah, I had a horrible protest addiction back in 2020. It was not good.
she's well
It was
fed, that's for
entertaining.
sure.
Well, it
Yeah.
was entertaining, yeah, but yeah, it got really bad.
So we have Sakuramita asking, AI, VTuber are people who use avatars they made for videos, if I recall. That's correct, but there is a couple of VTubers out there. One, I believe, like the mother of them all, if you will, one of the first, if not the first popular one, was AI driven. But he was initially going to say that AI is taking over because humans don't recognize humans anymore. And, you know, I think this is what people feel threatened by when they look at this stuff, other content creators,
Yeah.
because they see the ease at which the content can be created, and they feel threatened because this is not a space that they feel comfortable existing in, sitting behind a mask and talking. Now, again, the mask, I'm not using that in the negative sense. There's Dr. Disaster, who was brought up here a little earlier. Yeah. And he wears a mask. There's Doomcock, who was also brought up, and he wears a mask as well. There's other VTubers. You got It's a Gundam. He's kind of a VTuber because does have that VTuber skin he uses now and then. And this is what Aiden's not able to comprehend. That's why he was bringing up AI, is that he wanted to make the argument that humans aren't interested in content generated by humans anymore, as a way to like get an edge on Iron Mouse, that it's like, oh, it's not really her winning. It's more to do with the fact that people just don't like human beings anymore and they want to talk to AI. Again, like just take the L, dude, on behalf of your friend, I guess. I don't know. I'm sure Kai doesn't care. He knows
No.
how this stuff works. And if he does care, he's not making a big enough deal about it that anybody's noticing. So
That is different. That is different. W then. I pray that what charity is it going to? But I pray that you get a
Wait a
million
minute.
subscribers, because that's awesome. You're doing God's work here, Iron. Good for you.
Yep, all right. Make sure you just get that flatulence in there. Why are the VTubers winning, guys? I have no idea. I had no idea whatsoever. But speaking of VTuber news, we do have info about the Bible Thump emote.
Yeah,
getting
Twitch was
iced.
really, really stupid. They decided, we're not going to renew Bible Thump. And they got, their tweet got community noted so bad with this, and that's how I found this tweet, was on their initial tweet, which I should have probably linked. But but people were so furious as soon as they found out that the creator of where the game where it came from said, dude, like, I was willing to work with Twitch. They could have kept Bible Thump. I had no issue with it, but they didn't want to work with me. So people are like, well, Twitch is just being cheap.
That sounds about right. And, we see right here what it looks like. They're going to replace it here with a new one. They have...
That's what they replaced it with. It's so ugly.
The sad blob, It kind of looks like the gummies from Kamen Rider Gab.
It totally does.
Yeah, like he's going to have a cry suit that's activated by streamers. Yeah. But that's what's going on over there.
But it does have a new home, though. It's at 7 TV now.
I'm not sure what that is.
It's an emote platform for all. So it's like a global emote platform.
Oh, good. Okay. So you just call on those, or like a summoning spell?
It's there's an it's an extension.
Oh, it's an extension. Okay, I get it now. Well, you know, I don't really have a good transition for this. Here's the fall anime.
But yeah, we're in fall. That's today, or I should say a few days ago. In the case of Uzumaki, we are in fall anime season. It's very, very stacked this year. Well, it was stacked last year too, I believe, as well. We have ReZero started today. I know people are extremely happy with ReZero. Well, except for the ones that were that watched the leaked footage. They already saw it, so it didn't matter to them.
Womp womp.
But Uzumaki, from what I've heard, is really, really good. That's on Adult Swim, and that one is actually in sub, so there's no dub for it. It's in sub, which is really, really surprising. There's also obviously Blue Lock season 2. The Blue Lock Reddit is not happy with the trailer. I'm hoping hopefully it's going to not be a slideshow like with the trailers that we've seen. But the one that I'm excited for personally is Bleach Thousand Year Blood War Core 3, because that is going to have a lot of original content that was supposed to be in the manga. Oh, I'm so excited for it. I know Spencer's excited for Bleach as well.
Okay.
I'm going to be covering it on my Patreon because Bleach was one of the first series I started covering on my channel. It was that and Fairy Tail I started covering at the same time. So Bleach really means a lot to me. This is the series this anime was the series I've been waiting for since like the manga ended. So I'm so stoked to see what we're going to get here. We're getting Grimjaw's supposed to be coming here. Nell is coming. As well, we're going to be getting some good fights and Bankais because we're going to be getting. Let's see, we got Shangri-La Frontier season 2 is coming as well. I know people are happy with that, with how Shangri-La Frontier is turning out. But of course, we're getting Dragon Ball Daima.
Where did that one go?
This month. It's coming out on October 11th.
There it is.
Yeah. And then there's the Rama Half reboot, which already got leaked. And I'm going to have to double check on the subtitles, and hopefully 4chan was just fucking with me. Because there was a questionable subtitle up in there that I saw on 4chan. And if it is in the actual reboot and they weren't fucking with me, you will see an article on it. Because it was really weird. But yeah, another one that I'm actually kind of excited for is the Natsume Yujin Chao season 7. Season 6 was beautiful. It was one of the first anime adaptations I covered on my channel back in like 2017, I think it was. But yeah, if you've never watched Natsume Yujin Chao, it's one of the best manga anime adaptations out there. I strongly recommend it if you like Supernatural series, Supernatural Slice of Life series. It's really, really good. Let's see. Oh, actually, I kind of want to bring this up because of something that happened over the past couple of days, and that's with Rurouni Kenshin. So, for those of you that don't know, Rurouni Kenshin Hokkaido Arc got announced that it's going on an indefinite hiatus. And while Japan, as well as me and the other Western Hokkaido Arc readers are, of course, worried about Watsuki's health and, are going to be waiting patiently for it. You have the Western manga fandom, as well as Taurus, wishing death upon Watsuki and are saying that they don't want the manga to come back, which is disgusting. And also, like, there's a there is going to be like because the manga is like at its like 20th or 30th anniversary. There's going to be like this dedication exhibit coming, and like all these various manga artists are doing different pieces for Rurouni Kenshin, and there's a lot of big names on there, and and I'm surprised by some of the people in the Western manga community that are saying this. Some of them are calling it like a Diddy list, an Epstein's list. I'm just like, it's really, really gross. It is. And
Did I miss something? What happened?
Did you not? Oh, so for those of you that don't know, this was years ago. What happened with Watsuki was he got busted with child porn, and the thing is, he got essentially a slap on the wrist with fines and stuff like that. I'm remembering this correctly, was because he was in possession of it before like these Japanese laws came into effect, and that's why he is not in jail for life. And people can't separate the art from the artist, so that's just how it is, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't know about dragging other people into that person's proclivities, but I think that's wrong. People who want to celebrate his creation shouldn't be labeled as co-conspirators to his habits.
It's just so gross. And this happens every time Watsuki gets brought up. Every time. And Spencer could correct me if I'm wrong on the Watsuki situation. But yeah, and every time I see like Watsuki's name comes up, I'm like, yep, it brings out the hypocrisy in the Western manga community. It does, because these same people will like defend like different manga artists and anime and say separate the art from the artist. But every time Watsuki comes up, they're like, oh, nah, I wish he shouldn't be in the industry and blah 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 blah. And it's like, what happened to that? What happened to separating the art from the artist? But Hokkaido Arc is so, if you're a Rurouni Kenshin fan and have never read Hokkaido Arc, I feel so bad for you. It is so good. There's arcs there's an arc with an underlying theme about capitalism, which is really, really good. There's an arc about war. Well, they are fighting a war, but like a really good one about like the ugly side of war and what it does. It's just, and obviously there's about one of the plots is about counterfeit guns. It's a really, really good series, and it just sucks that Watsuki's health he's not feeling well, because this is the second manga artist to have health issues that's published in Jump SQ to go on an indefinite hiatus like this. But in the case of Kyoto, or the Rurouni Kenshin reboot, what's been going on with that is that this is a complete manga anime adaptation, so it's because the original anime didn't adapt certain parts of the manga, and it's also changing different parts of the manga. And from what I remember, the way it did it actually was for the better, and it's flowing a lot better story-wise, so it's good. Okay. So if you are, the only thing I don't like about the reboot is I wish the animation was better. I wish that's what the old one has over this one, is that the animation is very heavy and it's not as fluid as the original. That's my only problem with it. But other than that, it's writing is great. It's just art and animation could be so much better.
Yeah, it has to do with the fact that anybody's not doing the hand-drawn stuff anymore. And with
it's a different studio too, so.
Well, sure, but with the lack of hand-drawn stuff comes with a lack of, I guess, like, uniqueness, I suppose. Because using the machines to do the work and things like that, the 3D rendering, that sort of thing, and then tracing it back, that kind of eliminates sort of ah, yes, right now we'll make Kenshin's sleeve wave in the wind. Whereas the machine does that, and it sort of looks like the waving in the wind you saw 2 episodes ago. And so
Well,
it's
it's yes and no, because there is digital. A lot of manga artists use digital programs for their art.
sure,
And like Tokyo Underworld, for example, the because I interviewed the mangaka and asked her about it. She uses digital art for it. And it's beautiful. It is like close to realism. It is just fantastic. So you can get the detailing, you can get the fluidity and all that. It just depends on the programming. But anime is a different beast because you have to have, actual motion.
right.
But the other thing is, and I will always forget, I will always remember what Maki told me, the VP of production IG. What she said was, and this is because of Pixar actually with Toy Story, is that there is an animator shortage because of it, because of more animators going into 3D because of Toy Story.
Okay.
But now it's getting now things are changing because what Trigger's having in-house training for their animators. And from what I've heard through the grapevine, Aniplex is doing it too. I don't know much about I don't know too much about either program to an extent, but I know that Aniplex is doing in-house animator training. And they're learning like 2D and I believe 3D as well. And Trigger's doing the same thing because Trigger, they want everything in-house eventually. And I think Aniplex is doing the same thing. I don't know if any other studio is doing it, but those are the ones I know for sure are doing in-house training to try and fight the animator shortage.
Sure. There was a bit of that being discussed around. I follow a animator dormitory Twitter account, and they were talking a bit about that. But
I just remembered another one too. Is the editor of the Chainsaw Man editor Shielin. He is doing and he's been doing this, is doing a manga artist dormitory and training manga artists too. I think he's doing it's training animators as well, but I can't remember. But yeah, so they're starting to build up more training programs over there. So.
Well, speaking of training programs, they are over on Pal World getting ready to move over to mobile, but a little bit of a hiccup with the PS5 release is happening in Japan due to the patent infringement lawsuit from Nintendo. Don't know if anybody's been following this, but we have Nicola, we have Nicola over there on boundingintocomics.com. That's right, we're not just a YouTube channel, there's also a website out there that reports on the news. Miss Nerdigans is also our anime correspondent there, keeping us abreast of what's going on over in Japan. And now we have Nicola here who's talking about this Pokemon stuff that's been going on. So, you may have thought that they would be suing about the Pokemon shapes. You may have been thinking that they were suing about the terminology. You may have been thinking that just the premise alone was what got them sued. Well, no. What actually the situation is with Pal World and Pokemon is that Pal World features a similar monster capture function that Nintendo has legal control of. Specifically, using a spherical-shaped object to capture a monster. And again, there's a little more detail to it involving like a light animation, that sort of thing. And of course, wouldn't you know, Pal World pretty much follows that. They have a spherical capture device. Creatures or people that are captured by it glow a specific color, and the sphere traps them inside by closing around them after they've been compressed, if you will. And so that's the contention at this point. Pal World did sign on with the Battlegrounds. What was the one with the guy that just gets dropped in with a helmet and a frying pan? What was that one? Battlegrounds. Must have been Battlegrounds, right? I don't know. PUBG. That's right. PUBG. Thank you, Spencer. PUBG. Krafton. That's right. Krafton teamed up with Pocket Pal, something like that. I'm awake. Trust me, I am. But anyway, the people that make Pal World got with the people who make PUBG, and they're going to put Pal World on mobile now. Now, that again flies in the face of what we're seeing right here with the PS5 being on hold because of the legal issues. And it's the reason why I'm bringing up the mobile release in contrast with the PS5 is that this does seem to be relegated to the domestic situation they're dealing with Japan. As it delineates here, the release in Japan is what's being held up for the PS5, right up here, Japanese PS5 release. Not the American, not the global, but the Japanese release. Now, the mobile, of course, would not be affected by that, and so they're free to move forward with it because that's not intended to be sold to the Japanese market alone, like the PS5 Japanese version is intended to be sold to the Japanese domestic market. And so that's what the hiccup is right now. And so I don't know about you, but I have seen a flurry of Pokemon ripoff games just blow up in every aspect of any advertising corner on every website I've been to recently. I don't know if it's because I've been researching Pal World stuff, but even the YouTubers I watch that are just regular gamers have been doing like promotions for like a ton of these Pokemon clones. It's not just one game. There's like 5 or 10 of them that have just exploded onto the scene in the past 2 weeks. I guess word got out that Nintendo won't sue you if you rip off their cute animals, but if you don't like if you rip off their balls, if you rip off Pokemon's balls, they'll sue you for it. Apparently.
Well, the other thing though that I feel like needs to be emphasized here is Pokemon or Nintendo would have left. I think they would have left them alone if they didn't partner up with Sony and Aniplex.
Well, and again, they weren't a threat to them, right? So you have to understand that Pal World's been around for over a year now, and Nintendo's just deciding to pick on them about their balls.
Yeah, the joint partnership with Aniplex and Sony Music happened in July or August-ish. So yeah, I feel like that's when they were like, okay, so we got to make a move now.
Right.
That's getting a little too big.
Sakuramita, I have not played Pal World, but I've watched quite a few playthroughs, and I've watched other people in a Discord play it. It looks pretty fun. I just frankly don't have the time to download the stuff, go through setting up a character, and then all my friends will be bored playing with it, you know? That's what happened with Minecraft. We got all set up to do this crazy quest, and then everybody who wanted to do it didn't want to do it when everything was set up to do it. So I just learned my lesson with this kind of stuff that, like, if it's not something I specifically want to sit alone playing by myself, I don't bother with it. So.
That's why I've never been that big on like online multiplayer games. I've always been a solo like JRPG player for that reason.
I play Minecraft to look at things. I don't build stuff in Minecraft. I just walk and like everything loads in and I go, wow, that's really pretty. And I walk somewhere else. I go, wow, that's really pretty. And that's it. I'm that gamer. I just want to look at stuff. I want to go, wow, you guys did a really good job with that waterfall. It's really neat. You know, I'm that guy, you know. That's what I did in Assassin's Creed 3. As Connor, I just dove from waterfalls all the time. It was really cool. You could find some really cool waterfalls to just jump off of, you know? And that was...
Well, it's always fun. Like, in Ocarina of Time, I always had so much fun, like, trampling the chickens on Epona because they couldn't hurt you.
Oh! No DRM on Pal World. You can play online with a pirated copy since worlds are hosted on the player side. We didn't endorse that idea here, and we're not at all proponents of being pirates of any type of media, you see, because that would be illegal, and endorsing such activities would be considered being in party with them. So, no, we don't endorse these things. What you do with your free time, though, is entirely up to you. So yeah,
that's true. Oh, did we want to talk about Dragon Quest, or are we gonna wait for everyone else to show up?
I think that it would be good to wait for Spencer and Jacob on that one because that blows the lid off of what we've been basically saying for the past, since I joined this whole crew. I've been hearing people talking about how not Dragon Quest specifically, but Japanese media.
Okay.
That
But
sort of thing. Yep.
But something I do want to touch upon before they do jump on here for that is that something that I've seen Dragon Quest fans say, and I experienced this personally with when the Ancient Magus' Bride situation happened, is there's a lot of culture warrior tourists that have been bombarding the situation and hijacking it and trying to make it like part of their agenda when they really don't care about the property and they're just trying to spin it and use it for their political agenda, and it's very, very frustrating. And then like after it's over and said and done with and they move on to the next topic, they don't like talk about it ever again. Yeah, I've seen quite a few Dragon Quest fans get all pissed off about it, and I'm just like, yeah, I understand how they feel, because no one has talked about the Ancient Magus' Bride since, and I cover it. I've been covering it since like 2017. So, and the simulpups for it, which use AI hybrid, they're great. I haven't had any problems with them. So, and the localizers haven't bitched about it either since. So it's funny. It's frustrating. So I understand what the Dragon Quest fans are going through. So if you see Dragon Quest fans get all pissy about like the culture war stuff, just understand where they're coming from, because they really don't want like their game hijacked by people that are just trying to use it for their political agenda from both sides. They just don't like it.
Well, speaking of political agenda, I do want to drift back into VTuber stuff again, because we did have Brian Pearson over on Bounding into Comics. That's what I was talking about. BoundingIntoComics.com. The interview with VTuber Fallen Shadow on Twitch moderation, mental health, and VTuber discrimination. The rules are constantly manipulated depending on who the recipient of the punishment is. Now, this is in reference to Fallen Shadow situation with Twitch. You feel free to go over to the website and read all about this kind of stuff. We are going to continue to cover actual VTuber news, not this weird stuff where Fruit ended up cheating on her military boyfriend, and that just had nothing to do with anything. Yeah, it just had nothing to do with anything at all. It's just regular TMZ. Did you hear somebody did this to somebody else? It's ridiculous.
No, the double standard stuff like this, I think is very important, because as I said earlier, like Twitch has chosen to invest in Twitch thoughts instead of like something that would save their business, which is VTubing. It makes no sense.
And that's just what I'm saying here, is that so when you hear about VTuber drama and stuff like that, that's not what we report on. We try to cover the stuff that actually matters, not just like the personality quirks, you know. We're not that far gone, okay, as far as like reporting on pop culture stuff, all right? We're a few steps above the TMZ crew that follows people around waiting for them to fart, you know. Taylor Swift's farts smell like beans, storied 11. That's not us. We're not there. That's not what we do. It's not that crazy.
Something I've heard though is something similar is happening with the VTubers on YouTube as well. So yeah, like I've heard like VTubers are like freaking out on.
So COPPA is a funny problem with all of this, okay? If you're not familiar, the COPPA is the Children's Online Protections and blah, 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 whatever. It's an act to make sure the kids aren't advertised to and they're not sexualized through the internet, basically. That's essentially what it's meant to do. And so what that does is that makes it so that cartoons can't go around advertising cigarettes. That's why we don't see Joe Camel advertisements anymore. It's why we don't see a whole lot of cereal commercials with advertised characters in them eating the cereal anymore. They simply hold up the box. They don't eat it anymore.
That's
and it's one of those little tiny things, you know. It's why you don't see characters in anything outside of anime smoking. I don't recall an American. Oh no, I imagine there was a couple of Disney characters that smoked. But it's been an awfully long time since you've had any protagonist in an American cartoon or animated feature that smoked, had a cigarette. And the the situation on the other side of that is that like anime leans into that. Like Spike Spiegel is like notorious for that, having the slow burn cigarette. You have a bunch of characters that smoke in the Metal Gear series. I mean, like one of the features in order to pass time was to have a cigar, right, to smoke and stuff.
Yeah.
But what this has to do with VTubers is that because they represent themselves as cartoons, as animated feature, and in the US we have this very, like we were mentioning earlier, this wall culturally with things that are 2D, even then 3D as well, because I don't think people would look at Reboot, that thing from Mainframe Entertainment from the early 2000s, and say that that is for adults. Despite its contents, I remember Andrea. I remember Andrea. I remember that was a little much for my little 12-year-old brain process. That was a lot of lady. And they just threw that on us. They were just like, surprise, But anyway, the situation is that because these people represent themselves as cartoons and that's deemed as children's media, because they have their cleavage out, because they're wearing bikinis, because those bikinis are very Witchblade in their execution, the censors feel very enticed, rather, enthralled perhaps, to come in and do something. And I see this kind of as a constant thread with the VTubers, is that I think that's at the core of it, is that Kappa doesn't know how to deal with anime. Kappa doesn't know how to deal with Japanese media that doesn't say that it's 2D, so we have to make sure there's fart jokes, we have to make sure there's burp jokes, and nobody who's an animal wears pants. And that's that they have to do that, and then, but whereas anime is just like, this is a story about a woman called Witchblade, and she has size double J boobs and 48-inch hips, and she wears exactly 10 ounces of sterling steel silverware. Okay, let's go. and that's that they just throw Witchblade at you, the anime version of Witchblade at you, and that Winnie needs to cover his shame. You notice that, right? Nobody in the 100-Acre Wood wears pants. Not Mickey and Goofy are the only ones in their group that wear pants. Daisy doesn't even wear underwear.
Minnie doesn't. Donald.
Minnie wears underwear. Yeah, Donald doesn't. Donald's the worst. We've seen him with an erection he's used to beat the ground before. So, but that's that Kappa thing that gets in there, and I think that's what VTubers are constantly getting run up against. Is that even Adult Swim, being on at night, had hard limits on what they were allowed to show us with Faye. Even the Adult Swim version of Cowboy Bebop that we saw was censored to keep us from seeing the totality of what Faye was shown to be in the Japanese version. That, if you don't know, it actually was censored in Japan, so technically it got released in the West before it got released in Japan. It's kind of a fun thing about Cowboy Bebop. But that's what I think is going on with VTubers, is they keep running up against that federal law that protects children. And so, again, because children are attracted to that, and probably a great deal of VTuber fans are under 18. I wouldn't say that Iron Mouse and that stuff like that have the majority of their audience made up of those people, but if you see an anime character and you're 16 years old and you don't have to verify your age in order to watch them, well, of course you're going to watch. It may not be forever, it may not be for 10 minutes, but you're going to tune in to find out what's going on with this anime character.
Well, I mean, it's just funny. You have all this, you have the VTubers getting attacked, but yet, like, the really creepy ass Elsa Spider-Man stuff is not.
Right, and they don't know how to really explain that. I think most people don't know about that. So guys, if you don't know, probably about 4 years ago now, a little bit before the pandemic anyway, there was a massive, massive flood of really demented fan-made cartoons about Spider-Man, Miles Morales, Elsa, and there was another female character, I forgot her, Princess Peach, and Supergirl, and so, blondes, what do you know? And so they put them all, they had them all together, and they were doing very reprehensible things. And it's not just sex. They were Elsa and Spider-Man kill their parents. And they do. It's like a Newgrounds animation, very simplistic style animation, but it's done to entice children. So Elsa looks like a Bratz doll with exaggerated eyes and exaggerated lips, and Spider-Man is of course just Spider-Man. You know, he's Spider-Man. And so they are going around getting drunk, and then they go around killing people, and it's celebrated, and it's shown as like this really great thing. And then turn around, we have on the other end of this, Spider-Man masks. And what was going on with Spider-Man masks is that for the green ones and the purple ones and the yellow ones, you'd be shown like a chain. You put this on for your baby in like the crib and just walk off, you know? And so they'd show you like that, and it's like cheering Spider-Man, like, yay! And they show you the blue Spider-Man, and they go, yay! And they show the yellow Spider-Man, they show you flowers, and they'd be yaying and singing. Then when the red Spider-Man showed up, they'd show a guy with Hulk hands punching a kid in the face. And that was like program. And then there was other ones where they were showing like really horrible gore, like just surgery, open cavity surgery stuff when the red Spider-Man showed up, so that your brain started associating trauma with Spider-Man's red mask. Okay?
I think there's a resurgence of those cartoons coming back too, or like over the
It doesn't
last
surprise
year or
me.
so. Like
It,
YouTube would rather like attack VTubers than take care of that. It's so stupid.
yeah. Yeah, ElsaGate. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, ElsaGate. That's what it was. And it's happening again. And it won't stop because there are people out there that'll copycat it, whether it came from the CCP or our own government, who knows? Could have came from BlackRock for all we know. But now that it exists, there will be copycats, people who either got excited by that or find it funny to replicate that stuff. And, you know, we're going to be needing like a bit I don't know. I think that when the boomers are out of government, we're going to be able to clean up a lot of the internet. We're going to be able to clean it up pretty easy. Because when you get down to like regulating the internet, there's not a lot of regulation that needs to happen. The only thing that needs to be abundantly clear is that the people who do this need to be made to stop doing it. And presently, the boomers don't possess the know-how to go running after these guys and catch them in a meaningful fashion. They believe that VPNs actually protect you from people knowing where you are on the internet. So that's what we're dealing with. Those are the people that run our government, okay? You know, believe me, just try to have like the House Committee on Communications try to explain to you why people don't use internet and why they don't use fax anymore. It is amazing just to try to listen to these people explain the progression of technology. We do have the king of technology right here that never has his green screen out of alignment. That's Spencer
come on!
DeCooley.
It was fine when I was in the back. Dang it! Okay, now we look good.
Yeah.
What was I going to say about all that? I don't even remember anymore. I had a really salient point.
You wanted to.
Well, I have a few things, but on that specific point, like Cider is right. We can't. The internet is going to continue to be this awful place of like sludge and censorship until all the boomers are gone, because not just all the problems Cider was talking about, but sort of related to it and more the explicit root of it is like they don't understand any of this. The internet is a series of tubes. So they go, right. Oh, anime girl, that we got to ban that because it violates COPPA. So once we start, and it'll happen in our lifetimes, we're already starting to get the younger crowd into the offices, right? Like, okay, he's not particularly young, but I would say JD Vance probably has a better understanding on memes than
Trump.
Like Trump, 90% of Congress, or 98% of Congress.
He at least understands Master Chief. We can know that for sure.
We know that for a fact.
Well, I should correct you on that. You mean like 98% of like the elderly Democrats and probably a good chunk of the Republicans.
I mean 98% of our Congress now, because 98% of our Congress, it's not just old fuddy-duddy Democrats, it's old fuddy-duddy Republicans too. There's
a lot of younger. I'm just saying, there's a lot of more younger than Republicans than there are Democrats.
Oh yeah. Oh no, you're totally right. Yeah. Oh yeah. In that sense, there are more younger Republicans than Democrats, but I'm more speaking about who's in the halls right now, and it's just a bunch of old people on dementia meds who are just waiting to die. And those are the people who they haven't used real technology since like the gramophone. And now they're trying to tell you how to use microtransactions and all that sort of stuff. It's really, we have the wrong people in charge of this stuff.
Forever.
Say hi, Kitty.
You know?
Forever. Hi, Kitty. Hi, Zeno. My reboot fact was, because you brought up Andrea and you were like, oh yeah, I don't think that was for that wasn't marketed as adults, because like considering its contents or whatever. The creator of the series came out like I want to say like a week or two ago, and he was just talking. I think he was doing like an interview on some YouTube channel, and he was like, oh yeah, so the reason Andrea has a uni boob is because when we originally designed her and gave her like separated breasts, the censors in America lost their minds, and they were like, you can't have boobs, this is too sexual. So we had to give her this weird uni lump boob. And then that somehow became like the standard for cartoons going forward. So that's what you see a lot in like 3D cartoons. That's why it's all like one singular lump, because it's trying to desexualize it as much as possible.
This is what we're talking about.
Yeah. They eventually got to the point where they were like, oh, we're successful. You're going to let us do what we want to do. And we got this. Yeah, Masato, reboot. I loved Reboot.
Yeah, just one day, Enzo was goofing around in a submarine with this cute little friend who didn't know how to tell him that she thought he was really cool. And then the next day, we have that. That gets just dumped on us, and they're like, hey, do you know what a sexual awakening is? You do now.
For both the boys watching and the girls watching. Look at what's his name there? I forget his
Yeah, right. Like they're just like, you remember Enzo Matrix? Well, he just drank a whole gallon of badass.
It's like he like mainlined the Predator and Commando 1 right into his veins.
Yeah, right. I think people say that he's based on Mad Max. That's what he's supposed to be, is Mad Max. I think that's what they're telling.
I can sort of see that in the like chest and this weird arm cover, but the face makes me feel more like Arnold in Predator.
Yeah, and then the gun gives me the RoboCop thing, because of course it's on his hip, but it also has the auto target, and then it just flips through the air, killing everything. It's a glitch gun. You just let it go. It's like a mod glitch gun.
When are we adding that to Fortnite? When do we get these guys as skins with that weapon?
Oh, man, I don't know. Like I ask myself sometimes, like Shout Factory, they have like, 30 or 40 people watching that Reboot 24-hour stream most of the time. And even then, I think, wow, that's a lot of people that are watching that thing from like the early 2000s, And then I remember like, oh yeah, human beings aren't like what we try to portray as. We'll sit there and look at a cave painting and you're like, damn, this is good. I feel a lot coming out of this. So people looking at this 2000s thing with these quirky little 3D animations, we were just figuring out how that tech worked, are like, this is kind of enchanting. It's a little charming. Everything's really innocent, like those tropical scenes from the early 2000s. And, I guess
it's better than anything they could watch otherwise, right? Like, right. And it's more convenient. Like, oh, I want to go watch, let's say, Goof Troop. Oh, I have to go log into my Disney Plus. I have to navigate to that section. I have to find it. I have to play it. Here I can I'm on YouTube. I go, oh look, Ultraman. Click, done. Like, and then it just plays it for me, and I'll sit there and watch it because I don't have to do anything.
That show was something else, though. That I don't know.
Which one?
Masato Katsuragi brings up the Death Blossom mode, and that was the mode where the gun would go around and kill everything for Enzo. And they won't show you boobs, but after Columbine, they're perfectly fine showing you a gun that goes around doing the killing for you. After telling us the guns do the killing for you,
that is one of the funniest things about American like culture. I would say is like on one hand, a lot of people who go like, don't like you have to put a uniboob, you can't show boob, like you can't even show feminine curves, but okay, go ahead and show like the goriest, blood rippiest, like
it's funny.
Right? Like The Last of Us 2 is praised like, oh, look at how realistic the gore animations are. You hit them in the head and all the bits fly off just like they would in real life. But the second you like make a mod that makes what was that the Tess from the first game, you like make Tess a little more like commonly attractive, everybody loses their mind, right? It's so funny.
Oh, it's like I don't know if you saw my tweet that's been going wild lately.
Which
I
one?
posted like for
I
Dizzy.
know. I was gonna say which.
For Dizzy from Guilty Gear because I said Dizzy is like the epitome of like the evolution
Yeah.
of female censorship. I've had people like giving me so much crap for it and say that like Dizzy looks much better now because she's a queen and queens need to look like more refined. I'm like,
That's the cope. That is always the cope move, Nerdigans. Like the three of us have seen that every time a female character gets a new design that like you can tell the primary reason was to desexualize her. Everybody goes, "Oh, it looks better this way anyway. What are you talking about?" And it's like that. It doesn't though most of the time. And B, it doesn't matter if it looks better. We know what you're doing.
and like.
Well,
If you're
I
trying
have
to make
ask.
her, hold on. If you're trying to make her a queen, and I've talked to people about this too. If you're saying this is character progression and whatnot, you could have done that without like completely covering her up. You just built around the base design, and she still looks like a queen. She still looks royal, but she's not desexualized. And they also
no, I agree. I agree with that.
Sexualize. Remember when
What were you
reboot,
saying,
right?
Spider?
You remember when we have it here with Lords of Media? Time to re-sexualize.
Yeah,
Remember in reboot?
time to reboot.
Yeah, instead of reboot, it's re-sexualize. You just
real.
Eventually, we're going to get
swell
to the
back
point,
up
look,
again.
we're going to get to the point where they're going to sell us all of those costumes as DLC, like the original
Yeah.
Guilty Gear original pack, and it'll make everybody back to normal.
But that's like what I had a lot of Guilty Gear fans say too. They said they wouldn't mind if like that design was like a second outfit if they just had like the original outfit too. Like that's a completely different thing too.
I mean, you saw the whole, not even kerfuffle, but when Mai was announced for Fatal Fury and they introduced her new costume, which is like the racing girl, or like the racing MILF, I guess you would say, since she's like 40 at this point. But everybody, that could have been an instance of, oh, look, they covered her up, but they also have her other costume in the game still. Like, admittedly, right now it's a special move type thing. Like, you do a special move, she changes, does the attack, changes back, but it's still there. So, and everybody is more accepting of it because they're going, oh, this wasn't we're afraid of Booby or Sexa. This is just we wanted a different design. And I don't think when that's the case, I don't think a lot of people would mind. Right? If you make a new costume that is slightly desexualized or just desexualized, period, as long as you go like, this is just a costume, I just wanted to make them wear a new outfit, I don't have anything against like their original sexy design, people will be fine with it. But it's the second you try to moralize and go, I'm better than you because my character is in a burqa or whatever, like that's when you start losing the plot.
Yeah. And also what they did to Dizzy's wings too, it just was like a huge losing the plot as well.
What they do to her wings?
They completely covered them up.
Her wings? But that's weird.
Yeah, and the thing I do like about her wings though is they did put like a crown of roses, or not roses, I'm sorry, crown of thorns over each one, which I thought was cool. But other than that, it was like a huge what the fuck.
Yeah, so the entire thing with Dizzy, I haven't written it up yet because here's the thing. The initial design of Dizzy that we've seen is super de-boobified. She's super covered up. She's supposed to be more elegant, queenish, whatever. It looks really bad, but I'm so afraid that they are going to try and undercut sort of I don't want to say movement because that sounds too grandeur, but sort of our arguments, and they're going to go, if I go out right now and I go, look, they desexualized her, they got rid of her booba, they would, they're going to release, like when she drops, her real animation is going to have her like take it off and it'll be boobs. And then it'll be like, haha, got you. And I'm like, I know that's what you guys are going to do. I can see it. I can feel it.
But it's those wings, man. That's what a lot more people are pissed off about is the wings being covered up.
Look at that. She looks so good.
Well, and again, I
love that
mean,
outfit.
we're looking at like so many successions of this property, and it's the old song that I like to sing. It's the old tattered flag I like to raise that these things are getting up there. It might be time that we retire King of Fighters and do Prince of Fisticuffs, and just
The problem with that, we tried that before, and that's what they tried with Street Fighter 3 when they were like, we're doing a whole new cast, no Ken, no Ryu, no Chun-Li, and everybody lost their minds. So they went, oh, here's a new arcade version. Guess what? New characters, Ken and Ryu and Chun-Li.
Right.
I posted the tweet that I was talking about
Oh, you did?
Of Dizzy.
Grab her. Grab it.
With that picture on the screen, you need to choose your words a little better, mister.
I know. I realized that as soon as I said it out.
But there it is. But yeah, there's the original Dizzy design.
And that's from XX in 2000. I believe that's Strive.
This is the new one. See what I mean by covering her wings up?
Oh yeah. Why are people so angry? Wait. Okay. Why are people so angry about her wings being covered up? They always wear clothes.
No, but they don't have the same personality that they did in the previous game.
Do we know that yet? That looks like they have it, unless there was something in her trailer. I haven't watched her trailer yet, but it still looks like Death is crazy and the other one is more serene.
But they don't have like their facial designs. That's what they're talking about. Is they don't like how they look.
The simplified look is what people are calling out. Is that these ones over here is that these are more Final Fantasy-y in their representations. Like Life has a more Genova look to her, more like made out of the elements.
And win.
Death is more like sick, rotting, sort of corpsey. He's got the red glowing eyes like the Nazi anime guys. And then again, we go back a little further, and once again, she's even more statuesque in her representation of being elemental, and he's quite literally made out of leaves. So, and that's when we come back over here. I see why people are upset because this doesn't look like those characters anymore.
You won me over, Cider. You're right. You won me over.
But like, it's just. But as I said, like the thing that I don't mind about it because they're saying she is a queen. I do the Crown of Thorns aspect of it.
Yeah, the light crowns are really cool. I do like that.
Yeah, that's the thing that I like about it.
I just think that's what I'm like a Japanese anime designer when it comes to effects like that. I don't care if they make sense. I think they look cool no matter what. Throw spike light crowns on everybody. Go for it. I don't care.
But like
what is that? There's that one mobile game, Nerdigans, that what is it, Blue Archive, where all the girls have like the blue circle above their head. Same thing. Makes no sense, kind of looks dumb, but I'm here for it.
But Spencer, you see what I'm saying though, like as you saw like how the top where they just added onto it, but it still had like the same like boat sleeve kind of thing. They could have
Are you talking about her
for Dizzy? They could have just kept like the base boat sleeve and the corset, and then just like added around it, and like have the still maybe even have this skirt going on, but like it's too more covered up.
I think you could have gone with this exact same design as long as you kept her super busty. I think that would have sold the design regardless of how much you could see it. I think that really, really kills it here is that she's been Mulvaney'd. Like there's nothing, or I guess that doesn't work. It's the opposite. You guys know what I mean. I'm trying to make a joke. But I think that's the thing. Because as long as there's that's what it is to me, Nerdigans, is that they just completely flattened her. And why would you need to do that? Why, unless you were trying to make a statement about inclusivity, which, as we know from you, is not inclusive because it tells big-chested women to get bent.
Yeah, that too. But I don't know. For me, from a design perspective, because you see throughout the designs, it's consistent and it's like an evolution kind of thing.
Yeah, and then this one goes a little off the wall.
It just goes a little too far. That's why I'm like, you could have just kept the boat sleeve and then build off of it. But yeah, leverage is dual sense.
I remember this.
Oh my god.
When you used to be able to do that Ninja Gaiden with Ayame.
Oh god.
It's not porn. It's a product demonstration. Calm down,
This was a commercial. This was on television. We're all allowed to see it.
This is a leap in technological advancement. You don't understand.
It's so fun. We would never get this anymore.
No.
I imagine this coming out and it's just going to crap its pants. Everybody would crap their pants about it.
There'd be issues left and right. Too much jiggle physics, not enough jiggle physics. Why, when I roll the dual shock down the staircase, do her boobs not fly all over the place?
Oh my god.
These are
That's a
impossible
legitimate
female
complaint. I'm
beauty
behind that.
standards. Yeah, right. If you roll them this way, the boobs flip over and twist, right? Like they just infinite twist.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
That sounds painful.
No. You let it go and they propel her away. Like
right. No, well, right, exactly. It's like the Super Mario 64 intro where you can like pull Mario's face and stuff. It's like that.
Yeah.
Oh no! Well, at least your mom knows superior gaming technology now. We can get her a DualSense.
oh yeah, the gun bras there from the old 70s shows. Yeah, the old 70s
Like
movies.
what do you call it?
Austin
Powers has it. Yeah.
Yeah. The robots.
Oh,
I
the
mean,
fembots.
do we all remember in Marvel versus Capcom when you use roll and you do her special move and she becomes hyper roll? She gets like an adult body and part of her wet arsenal is her boobs just shoot like our missiles and they just shoot out.
There's
So-
many, like the Puritans would not allow it nowadays.
No!
They're just-
Speaking of Puritans, I did not know that Shibuya Kaho was a like adult performer. I did not know this. No, I did not know this whatsoever. She was on she was on X one day live riding around with her bicycle, and she had one of the new it was the advertisement for the Red Ranger becomes
the
Isekai.
Isekai one. Yeah, it becomes an adventure
and
in
she
another world.
just had like a poster on a cardboard on the basket just underneath her cleavage, and I was like, this is very clever. I mean, people are gonna see it, that's for sure. And she's just biking around.
That's
you know?
advertising.
It's
Honest to
peak
goodness.
advertising.
And so when I went out and I took a look at like the Tokyo Game Show, well, there's Shibuya Kaho, and she's been hired to advertise the Yakuza Pirate game. And I'm like, oh, well, that's really neat. She's hanging out. She's hanging out with the Sega kids. She's hanging out
What's
with.
she holding in that third one, Cider?
Oh, it's
what's that gun?
A money gun that shoots.
Oh heck yeah!
The pirate dollars.
Oh,
the
that's
Yakuza
awesome.
pirate dollars.
That's so cool.
Yeah. And so she of course was with the other girls, and then she met with Sonic and Shadow and danced with them on stage while someone was singing the main theme to Shadow Generations. And I was like, wow, that's really neat that they found this busty cosplayer that obviously works for the industry, you know, promoting stuff. And I was like, that's really neat, Shibuya Kaho. So I put her in a video. And I was like, oh, don't mind me. I'm admiring Shibuya Kaho. I had no idea that that's basically like I'm enjoying Asian Pamela Anderson.
When you sent that to me, I thought that's how you. I thought you found it because you knew who she was, and she was like, "Look," you were like, "Kayo, she's advert." That's why I was like, "Dude, that's so awesome." Because I'll be a pervert. I knew who she was.
No, I had no clue. And it's like people in the comments were like, I can't believe this is on Bounding. If John Trent could see this, I was like, what? It's just, she's like,
sorry.
I didn't know. I was just like busty cosplay. I thought she was like Yaya Han. You know, I had no idea. I was just like, big titty Asian girl. Of course she works cons. You know, I didn't think like, oh yeah, this is a storied adult actress. So I'm very sorry if you were confused why I was endorsing.
To all of our critics, look at how much Cider respects women. He saw a woman who looks like this, and he just went, she's just a cosplayer. He did not default to that.
I didn't even search OnlyFans for her name. I was just like, this makes sense that she's just a busty cosplayer.
So awesome. That's so amazing. You only get that kind of weeb comment or content here, folks.
You know, I don't think I can answer that question right now. I think that's when we're gonna need a little time to answer.
We need like 3 minutes past this one.
That's a great question. Is Jacob even coming at this point?
Well, he says he's on his way, but he's late.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we're being 12. But
the face you make when you're coming.
One of the God, do not come. One of the things I find super funny about that, like I didn't know when you sent it that she was like officially hired and she's going around advertising all this stuff for real. That's such a stark difference compared to America. This would never happen anymore, right? Like back in 2009, 2010, whenever it was all happening, and you had reporters going to like E3 and taking pictures of booth babes and going, "This is disgusting. How could you advertise your products like this?" And then we all remember when, what was it, Evo 2012 or 2014, when they had two busty models, not even adult models, just models on stage to promote Dead or Alive 6, and a bunch of people crapped their pants. For those who don't know, Evo is the world tournament of fighting games, and it's always held in America. So there's Evo Japan too, but you guys know what I'm saying. I'm not here writing an article, but that these women were on stream and they were making jokes about their busts and the busts of the girl in the game, and activists lost their mind, and it resulted in the head of Evo, prior to him being exposed as a sex pest, coming out and being like, "Oh, this goes against our core values. We're so sorry. We'll never do this again." And it's just like, it's pathetic. It's sad. And just look at how much fun they're having over in Japan with it.
Yeah. And I saw this and I was like, "Oh, that's really neat that they got her hanging out with the Sonic and Shadow lanterns and the Sega
cool
booth.
lantern.
That's really neat." And I just did not connect it. I thought I was just looking at like Japanese Yaya-Han. That's it. I was, when I told you, I was like, I'm gonna message her and ask her to do a collaboration. I was like, I'm just gonna ask her about, like, do you build your own clothes? What got you into cosplay? And I just I imagine at the end of it, she was going to be like, "I thank you for not bringing up my adult career." I imagine by the end of it, she would have brought that up. Like, I'm astonished she didn't ask me.
Like, dude, that's something straight out of Oshinoko. Like, for real.
Yeah.
That is. There's an arc
that's
of Oshinoko that's
incredible.
literally about that. Like that.
Or you would have gotten like the first response, like, "Do you make your own costumes?" And then she'd have been like, "No, there's actually a special company that's contracted with the adult entertainment industry." And you would have been like, "What? Wait a minute, what?"
Even then, my innocent cider brain would have been like, "Yeah, adult cosplay, right? That makes sense."
God, yeah.
Cosplay. That's like beauty pageants. I get it. Of course she has an agency. Look at how many followers she has. Of course she has an agency. Everyone's sending her invites. Adult entertainment, that obviously means something different in good old Japan. They're not perverted at all over there.
I mean,
I had no idea.
It's so good.
I literally just walked into that. And
look at how many products Cider took notice of and mentioned right now in this segment that he noticed because of her. He saw the Red Ranger isekai. He saw Sonic and Shadow. He saw Yakuza like a pirate, and you remembered it, right? Like even if we want to say, "Oh yeah, it's just perverted," it works. There's a reason the term sex sells is a thing. Nerdigans, you'll remember this one. Years ago, one of the first big topics I ever covered for Bounding, the Red Cross was doing in Japan a blood drive. Yep, I knew you knew what I was going to be talking about. Yeah. And they partnered with who owns the manga? Is it Kodansha or is it Shueisha?
It's not Shueisha. It's I think, is it Shogakukan that owns it?
Oh, I think it's Shogakukan. So they teamed up with Shogakukan to use oh my gosh, what's her name? Uzaki-chan. Yeah, Uzaki-chan, the silver hair, really big bust, annoying kind of character. Yeah, the short stack. They partnered with Shokukan to use her in their advertisements for the blood drive. And the campaign was out for like a week or two, and out of nowhere, the Unseen Japan, if you guys know who that is, if you don't know who that is, it is a white guy.
I was wrong about that. It's not Shogakukan. It's Nico Sega, which is
oh, that's right, it is Sega's imprint.
Fujima's, Shobo.
Yeah, I totally forgot. I always forget, Nerdigans, that like Sega and Square Enix have their own publishing like manga lines. Even though they have some of the biggest series, like Square Enix published Shaman King and Full Metal Alchemist. And I still forget that they even
Black
exist.
Butler as well. And
oh, yeah, there you go, too. See, look, I forgot even those. So just a funny little tidbit. But they teamed up and they got Uzaki-chan to just be on their promotional posters for this blood drive. And fast forward 2 weeks, this content creator named Unseen Japan. You guys might have seen him around the internet. If not, I mean, if you follow Nerdigans, you've probably seen her rightfully taking him to task for a lot of his bullcrap. But he is a like an American expat who lives in Japan and basically spends his entire time railing against Japan for not being at the same.
I thought he was in Seattle.
He is now. He moved back. He was in Japan for a little bit, especially when this started. This is how he. So I'll explain it. There's a reason I know he was in Japan for this Nerdigans, and it's part of the story, and we'll get to it. But don't worry, he was there. So yeah, he's from Seattle. He's an expat. He went to live in Japan for a time. While out there, he basically just complained and went, "Oh, why isn't Japan America? Aren't these Japanese people so odd and strange?" Like he was one of those types of people. So he takes notice of that campaign, and that's how I know he was there, Nerdigans, because he was in the Shibuya station. And he took that initial photo of like, what is this? Excuse me, Red Cross. And that was what sort of lit it up and brought it to everybody's attention. Oh, what the heck?
What'd you do?
No, my computer does this weird thing sometimes. I don't know if this happens to anybody else, but my media players, if they're just open, will randomly start playing at points. So like right now I started hearing like a buzz in my headphones, like microphone static. And I was going to say, Nerdigan Cider, who is that? And then it turned out it was the last song I was playing to. I just didn't realize it. So that's why I was like, huh? But anyway, let me know if that happens to anybody else and how I can fix it, because it really annoys the hell out of me. But yeah, so this was the advertisement. Unseen Japan took that photo and said, what is this? This is so disgusting. It caused an uproar, mostly from Western Twitter ideologues and the hardcore Japanese feminists. And eventually the ad campaign got taken down. Now, there were two things. The two main takeaways from this is, one, this is the other partner against how I know he was there. He live tweeted there's this really popular news broadcast program out there. I don't remember what it's called, but Unseen Japan was live tweeting it, and he was like, "Oh, look, they're going to be talking about me and my segment on this show or whatever. This will everybody tune in." And when it went on, the hosts were like, "Why is this guy crying? What is he crying about? Is he afraid of boobs? What is he afraid of women? What is this?" And he went on this so disappointing of the host to not see the point I was trying, one of those tirades. So A, that's how I know he was there, because he had a complete corncob moment. And B, sort of where I was getting with all of this is that a couple of months after that happened and the campaign eventually came to a close, it only lasted for 3 or 4 months. The Red Cross came out and they were like, guess what? We got more blood donations and more interest with that O.R.C.A advertisement than we did having just blank come donate blood. And so to the point, this stuff sells. It's so weird to try and say, no, it doesn't, especially for such a base human thing. We all like attractive people. It doesn't matter who you are.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's one thing to have a naked lady that has a syringe in her hand that says, "Can I help you with that? You look like you're having high blood pressure," or something like that. It's a little different, And again, there's a lot of people out there that get sensitive about it because it's a point to make, and that's it. It's not anything germane to how they believe, and that you'll find a lot of that with people who are abroad. Is that they will find something in the nation they are either visiting or foreign to, and they will hammer that as sort of their thing that they are annoyed by, and that becomes sort of a personality trait for their content, and they all seem to do it. I wouldn't say especially Americans, but we're especially good at it. We'll monetize that particular part of our disgust.
Yeah.
So, and that's just how it is. I don't know why you live in a country if you're not going to like the people. There's a reason why I don't visit Japan. I don't like the legal system, so I stay away.
Right.
I'm an American. I'm loud. I'm not going to have a great time if something pisses me off. So I need to, stay away.
But see, that's the thing is that I don't even know what point I was trying to make. I totally just blanked on it.
Well, that's okay. There's stuff to forget about anyway. So here you go.
Well, there's just the hypocrisy too of the same people.
That's what I'm talking about.
Of the same people that are pro sex workers, don't body shame women, and yet they body shame women anyway.
It's right. What we talk about all the time, Nerdigans. They will say whatever it is. in the moment to win them that argument. It doesn't matter what came before. It doesn't matter what implications the words they might have, what they are saying now might have in the future. It just matters, do I win in this exact second? That's why you always see them making absurd promises, erasing history, or just doing things we know are like categorically bad, like censorship. You know, we know where censorship leads, but they go, oh no, it's good, I'm going to keep doing it. And it's just like, you're all so up your own butts.
Well, a lot of it is in the case of, you know, anime, we've talked about before, is that these people feel threatened. They feel threatened that they're going to take either their jobs away, or that they're, you know, case of OnlyFans models. You know, I
mean, it's the jobs being taken away, and it's also a very stark look. Like these ideologues don't like being confronted with a group of people who will not sort of bend to their will, right? A lot of Japanese creators, as much as we do see the influence happening, and we will talk about that in a little bit, we still have, as Nerdikins can attest, you know, we still have manga and video games and stuff coming out in Japan that still say, to heck with all the censorship and all that stuff. And that makes them furious, because for these ideologues, it's not about, while they think it's maybe started from a good place of like, I want to help, it's all about control for them now. They want to control. And the second something's out of their control, it needs to be attacked. It needs to be discredited. It needs to be, whatever other word, erased off the face of the planet.
Right. I do want to bring attention to Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater. So this is going to be a remake, apparently. What I've been told about this is going to be a remake, not a remaster. So you're going to see new scenes, new characters, new attitudes. But this is absent of Kojima. So I want to stress that Kojima is not, he might be consulting, but he is not in the driver's seat.
I don't even think he's doing that, because it was such a bad breakup. Like, I don't even think
you never know what the Japanese, their contracts are like forever, though. That's the thing. So even if he doesn't like them, they probably have like his DNA on file, so they can clone a Kojima, you know?
They probably already fed him into like an AI. Now they have their Kojima chat bot, and they can just go, Kojima bot, can you give us a plot for a nuclear scenario? And
a weapon to surpass Kojima gear.
AI Kojima.
So, I was really impressed, though, with Revolver Ocelot as a young man. We don't get to see this. I think we saw this just a little bit in Snake Eater, in the original one. But then again, I think he was an old man, too. So I'm not sure. I don't think we've seen...
He was young in the entire game, but we only see him at the beginning and the end. We have one boss fight and then one cutscene against him.
So apparently his younger version is going to be sort of either a buddy cop or a rival to Snake. They're going to be spending a lot of time with each other, apparently, through the game. So enjoy.
I hate this, like, adding to stuff. I know this isn't a new complaint. We all have this, but like, why remake things and then start adding to it? I feel like you just serve to destroy your own legacy, your own fiction, your own everything. Like nothing.
It's fan fiction. They can't. They have to.
Yeah.
If they create something new, then they have to pay royalties for that new creation. Yep. So rather than doing that, they say, here, we have an environment, we have these characters, we have this time and space that Kojima didn't clarify, make a whole video game in these 10 minutes that these two characters were not seen on screen.
AKA the Rings of Power, AKA every Star Wars production we've seen in the last, 20 years.
Yeah, and that's the fundamentals of what we're dealing with. Now, again, I don't know if Metal Gear Solid Delta is going to be this way. I don't get the impression that this is going to tell us a story that we're not going to like, you know?
I hope not.
I think it's going to be more military than the Kojima stories have. As you know, with Kojima, he's been very philosophical about war, very philosophical about what motivates the soldiers and what they're doing. Famous meme lines, why are we still here? Is it just to suffer? This sort of stuff. And I think it's going to lean out of that. And I think it's going to lean more into like Tom Clancy style. You're in Snake's head. And you're going around like experiencing things with like his inner monologue guiding you. through things as opposed to the characters informing you of the world and the story. Snake will pick up a picture of Revolver Ocelot and say, this looks like a guy that is going to be my best friend in 2 hours, and that, But
Wait, are you saying he won't have that scene or he will have that scene?
He might have that scene. He might have that scene. He has like that Call Me Ishmael situation that they had in 5 where you don't know whose perspective you are for a minute there.
And like, to your point, Cider, like that Ishmael, like you just sparked this in me. That Ishmael thing, insane, very convoluted, very overcomplicated.
Kojima.
There's an argument. Right. It's Kojima, and it's somehow, because it was him, it works. Now imagine somebody trying to write a Kojima fan fiction as Kojima. Right. Now we're going to get in it's this weird bad game of telephone where everything is going to be boiled down to, rather than like a love of military and philosophy like the original Metal Gear games had, this game is going to be defined by, we like you like Metal Gear, we like Metal Gear, we liking Metal Gear. Sort of the best analogy I have for this, the best way to explain it is the Akira bike slide, right? We all know what it is. It's that moment where Kaneda slides and the lights are there, and woo, we see it all the time. Back in the early 2000s, early 2010s, when that popped up in a comic book or a video game or an anime, you would go, oh, check that out. That's an Akira bike reference. I bet that person, like that note, like that's so kind of obscure. That's pretty cool. That person are earnestly engaged with that material and they like it. Now, with anime having become so sort of mainstream and out there and memeified and popular pop culture, now I feel like when I see the Akira bike slide and things, like when I saw it in the Shadow the Hedgehog trailer, I just go, like, to me, it's how do you do, fellow anime kids? Do you like anime? We like anime too. We like anime so much we reference this without, they don't really like Akira. They don't really like anime or the dystopia or any of that stuff. They just like the idea of being a fan of anime, which is kind of the definition of where we are in our culture. People like being fans of things rather than, like, they're fans of being fans of things rather than actually being fans of things. I know I just sort of looped. Yeah, that actually is the best way to put it. They're tourists who go to wherever and then they start like donning all the clothes. It's like your buddy who goes to England for like a semester and then comes back and starts talking with an English accent.
Kind of
like you're trying too hard. Do we want to have a Madonna stream? We can go. There's a lot of things to say about that walking, shambling zombie.
I'm sorry, but that was the first thing that I thought of. So when you said that was Madonna.
No, it's true. Has she dropped it yet, or does she still slip into it?
I think she slips into it.
That's so funny. How do you? Slipping into a fake accent that you had to put on in the first place is like, it so feels like there's stupid. So much effort there that you didn't need to do.
There's levels of meta that we can't begin to understand.
Yeah.
But yep.
Gunya?
Yeah, Gunya monsters. Yeah, I was wondering how long it was
going to take you
to notice. We also, before we close out Tokyo Happy Hour, I do want to bring up what was going on over here with Overwatch.
Oh,
now, intermingled with the Tokyo Game Show release was the Overwatch collaboration with My Hero Academia.
So as you can see,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I just don't,
you gotta stay on the stream. You're obligated to be here.
No, I'm sorry. I meant I hate seeing this kind of stuff.
No, I know. I'm just teasing you.
Kitty could take my place for now, though.
As you can see, things are a little not so hot. The Overwatch style doesn't quite lean itself very much into the My Hero Academia aesthetic.
Oh, even Kitty don't like it either.
And they made Tracer into Deku, and I am still...
Oh my god, why?
I'm still questioning that with just all the Rule 43, it's Rule
34.
Rule 60, Rule 34 stuff out there.
I'm up for it. I'm up for cute gender swap versions of characters as long as they're not shoving it down my throat as the canon.
Well, that's just it. It's not gender swap. It's
of Deku. It is, dog.
Well, they're gonna try and say Deku.
I'm just being an ass.
No. I just want to stress that is simultaneously Tracer's hips and Deku's male teenage body at the same time. And I
Lithe women.
though they
They can do
erased her
good.
ass for a reason, I guess. They knew this was coming, and they're like, we got to make her look like a 12-year-old boy, stat. You know, and that.
Well, it's gonna please the shippers, the yaoi shippers, because they didn't get the ship they wanted in the manga, so might as well give them give them the ship they want here.
I hope they make Junker into Bakugo. That way, Bakugo has a peg leg, and they have to live with that.
That would actually be hilarious.
It'd be
Holy
funny.
crap. Holy crap. Do not miss this opportunity, guys. Junkrat even does explosions.
yeah.
Like, it's right there.
Exactly, it's right there. Yeah. Well, All Might being the big shieldy guy was a little much for me. I wanted All Might to be Soldier 76. I think that
would've
fits
made more
All Might
sense.
better. But whatever.
Oh my god, I don't know if you guys saw this. Did you guys see the Venture Simps come out? I think it was yesterday or the day before. Like
Who?
they were there's Venture Simps that were attacking someone because
You got to explain who Venture is.
Oh,
Nerdigans.
Venture is the non-binary ugly character in Overwatch.
Oh.
And they were saying that Blizzard's not pandering. They don't do pander characters. I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? That's Venture is one of those characters.
Their argument specifically was like, oh look, all the Coomers are complaining because there's a character in a video game that they can't connect with because there's no boobs, and they were pointing at Venture, who do we have an image? Do you have her? Oh no, we don't.
Yep, I do.
Nerdy,
Right here.
side of a picture of Venture. Okay, yeah. So this is Venture. Absolutely ugly character design. Really, it's only like the character's only selling point, if you could call it that, is that they're non-binary. So that is sort of like a lot of people. I don't even remember what started the discourse, but a lot of people were going like, "Oh, you guys just hate characters that have personality and you can't, jerk off to." And the counterpoint was like, "Dude, no, these aren't. A, this character has no personality, and B, it is a straight ugly design." Like, no matter how you try to spin it, this isn't an appealing design that people are going to want to actively engage and pick up with, right? I'm going to make a confession. I have a friend who he and I have played Overwatch since it first dropped, and every so often, once a week, we load up Overwatch 2 just to hang out and play it. I've never picked a Venture. I don't see people picking Venture, and that's unheard of for a game where people, it's an even split between people who are picking like the meta and like, oh, what do we need? What role? And people who are like, I just want my favorite, like, I just want the character I like. So I've seen Venture maybe one time. And I think that just speaks volumes to how little people care about this character. And again, it goes back to what we were talking about earlier. Sex sells, attractive designs sell. Not every character has to be an ugly lump of blah. And it's not really a statement to make them that way.
Well, it's kind of like what we saw with Concord's concept designs.
Yeah,
look better. Like Venture's concept art was really cute.
I agree with that.
And the other thing that someone said this, and I just was like, oh my god. They said, oh, you just can't handle the like ambiguous androgynous character, like unconventional ambiguous androgynous character. I'm like, what are you talking about? Venture is just not hot. Like, people just don't like Venture because they are not attractive. They are boring.
Did you notice something? I noticed something.
What?
You noticing it?
They look the
go back.
same.
Muncha.
Yeah, and then look at Venture. And then
Oh my god.
We'll go back over and we'll take a look at Muncha Luncha.
Oh,
did you notice something? I noticed it.
Yeah.
They're like the same.
Yeah.
Except obviously the Concord one's more realism based, but yeah.
I remember the other thing I was gonna say too is that Venture is one of those Blizzard like deflect or swept under the rug pander characters. That's what I was gonna say.
They all are. Wait. Do you mean they like she was created to sweep something under the rug?
To deflect from like a Blizzard scandal.
Oh yeah. That's what every single character has been for the last, or every single Overwatch decision for the last 7 years has been, we stepped in it. Let's, we didn't just sell out to China. Here's a new character. Aren't you guys so excited? Oh,
it's transgender or
they're transgender. They're gay. They're non-binary. They're yada yada yada. And like that's why, guys. Anytime you see a news article about Overwatch 2 just announced this, ignore that headline and go digging, because like go to Twitter, go to YouTube, Rumble, whatever. Search Activision Blizzard, and you will find the worst controversy you will ever find. It just keeps happening.
The Alpha Omega here says Japan got a new prime minister. Weebs aren't going to be happy. He's expressed support for censorship, not woke censorship, old school censorship. And
this sounds up your wheelhouse, Cider. You know everything that goes over there.
It was a bit of an upset because I wanted the female candidate who was basically a protege to Shinzo Abe to win. And I'm not gonna try. But yeah, it's basically
have sex, space cowboy.
Yeah, somebody who followed that mentality of getting the Japanese busy with each other and, kind of letting the world burn in light of that, And that I don't mind that. I think of like a lot of countries need to be like, you know what, screw the world. We need to fix our own problems right here, and then we'll deal with everybody else's problems,
America.
Right. Number one on that list. And Alpha Omega there is bringing up, though, that this is a classic censorship. This man is part of, I wouldn't say the exact school of thought that led to taking the vending machines full of schoolgirl panties off the streets. But he's definitely
used to be a real world.
Yeah. But he's of the group of people that want to see Japan arc more into a more, I guess, traditional Western morality. My apologies, a bit more Western morality.
Yeah,
a bit stronger with morality controls, I guess, is a bit more.
That's interesting.
Sound. And I don't know how to put it exactly. He didn't run on that alone. He ran on restoring Japanese pride and not the rainbow kind. And he ran on restoring confidence in government, which Japan's different than us. They are previously a monarchy, and so they have government has a different ring to it to them than it does to us. So when a man comes through and says, "Hey, I think you should trust us. You did before, and everything worked out, and then you stopped trusting us because we've screwed up a lot. So let's not screw up."
Well, there's also the point, like, regardless of what you think of Abe, because I know, like, there are policies we all like of it. There are policies we all don't like. We can have a politician debate later. But one of the things that really set back that relationship between Japan and their politicians was the fact that, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, this is just my understanding, that Abe was connected to like a cult, like the Happy Science cult over there, and he was letting them influence his decisions. So essentially a shadow government type of thing going on. So for all the good he was trying to do to trying to get that birth rate up, he was kind of selling out everybody else behind the back.
Well, that's the Moonies. That was the Moonies, and they have a reputation of being they're not a Christian cult, but they're a Christian cult in the way that the
I didn't even know they were
Mormons are.
Christian-based.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're in the way that the Mormons are, and it came out of Korea originally. So I
I
wouldn't say it came out of Korea exactly, but they kind of put the most oomph behind it for a while.
Are they based on like that belief that Jesus went over there like after he? I know there's like some Japanese belief that like Jesus
it's
went
a more
over to Japan and died.
Mormonistic. There is that group, but they're very small. They like fit on a bus. But the Moonies are more established.
But they draw Japanese Jesus. It's always funny.
the Moonies are more like the Mormons. They have a government structure to their faith more than a faith structure, I guess. And
I know what you mean.
That I wouldn't say they're Yakuza organized, but their focus is power accumulation, not the faith of God. And through the accumulation of power, the word of God is delivered and that sort of thing. And so I wouldn't say Abe was a Christian, but he was definitely a Moonie. And again, I don't know if a Moonie is considered a Christian in Japan, but when he was assassinated, this is what was pointed to as a reason why the assassin carried it out, is because he was the assassin had a mother who had been screwed over by that cult.
Yeah, it was the whole. She was in it. They got
So unification
revenge.
church. Okay, all right.
Okay. Yeah, we knew it was one of them. We didn't know exactly what it was. There's like 700 different cults out there, and that's not even me and Cider getting into the fictional cults from like all the things we read. We probably would have screwed it up there too.
Yeah,
is that like the Shoko Akahara people who like gassed Japan and
it's
Power
like
Rangers
that,
to change an arc of Power Ranger?
I forgot about the Car Ranger part. But yeah, they're kind of like that. They just haven't gone full terrorist yet. Yeah, okay. And I'm pretty sure their leader is not like a fat guy.
Yet.
No, so have you seen the leader, Shogo Akahara or Asahara, whatever his name is, the leader of that cult? He's like the fattest Japanese dude. And I'm like,
oh my God,
why are we putting him in charge of our, like, we're leading the next group of people?
Something about like Japan, it's like when you're that fat, you're almost like your own like spirit animal. It's like
honestly, yeah, the revered is the fatty. Well, send Ethan Ralph over there, he'll be happy.
Because the Buddha's fat. You know, you reach a certain level of obesity and people go, aha, you are like the Buddha. I will rub your belly and I will get good luck. And you go, aha, I am fat, rub my belly. And well, no, see, you can tell the difference between a sumo wrestler and a regular fat guy because a sumo wrestler has arms the size of tree trunks and legs the size of tree trunks, where a fat guy has chicken legs.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's all muscle or mostly muscle under there.
Yeah. And you can usually tell the difference between a guy who's just fat with a top knot and a guy who's an actual sumo wrestler. They're pretty obvious. But speaking of obvious, we do have a new intro, and so we'll move over to 01 now. Brace yourselves.
In the sky, you feel that heat, it's about to fly. This ain't just hoops, this your life on the line. We fighting for more than peace this time. And please don't give up on this, my valiant heart. In the face of fear, I promise I won't fall apart. Through the fire and the rain, for you I'll stand tall. Take my hand, and together we'll never fall.
Jeff was beginning to wonder, who are these people? Why were they the stars of every television show he tried watching? Did he eat edibles and forget? Forget what? Jeff asked the British voice inside of his head. You'll find out, Jeff. You'll find out.
And he's muted.
Dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it. Whatever, go.
You know, you think after doing the show for 2 years, he learned how to fix his mic.
Shada Tova to all of our Jewish founding viewers. And no, our mic is not muted.
You lived through the first part of the show, but are you going to live through the second part? Tune in to find out.
Maybe if I unmute my mic, they'll live through it. I don't have an excuse. And also, not 2 years. It's been like
just
4.
Embarrassing. That's just embarrassing.
This is why we're supposed to have another guy on the board, and we go and he hits our mics and does or whatever. That's what we're supposed to have.
Well, we gotta fine then. Help us spread this show around so it gets big enough that we can afford to move into the same town and put a studio together like Tim Pool did, but without the Russians.
I'll do it. I will do it. Yeah, without the Russian influence. But yes, welcome everyone. We went. We've clearly already been about an hour into 01. We were doing an extended Tokyo happy hour, but I guess
everyone knows the show doesn't start till
I know. Yeah, I mean, that is actually true. Otherwise, it's just a bunch of weebs weaving out at each other. And none of us are going to have friends after that. But we have a lot to talk about tonight. Obviously, we've got the Dragon Quest stuff. We have the Snow White stuff. We have more Diddy stuff if we get to that. Yeah,
Assassin's Creed stuff
too.
Assassin's Creed stuff, SpongeBob stuff. We have everything to talk about tonight. So let's just get into the show. But before we get started, I have one request to our readers, not just a thing for you guys to sort of work on while we talk. So you guys may have noticed we've been building up our team in the last couple of weeks. We've got a bunch of new writers hitting the scene. Obviously, Nicolaj has been one of our main contributors. Jacob's back writing again. Nerdigans is always there with her anime stuff. So with everybody sort of there taking assignments, having things to do, I've been noticing that in between my administrative stuff, I'm having a little bit more downtime, a little more free time. So I wanted to ask you guys, our viewers, and feel free to just drop it in the chat as we talk. Obviously, you don't have to drop it now. We'll come back and read it. But I want to ask you guys, what kind of content do you want to see more out of us? Do you want to see more reviews? Do you want to see more like recommendation things? Do you want to see more comic book news? Do you want to see more movie stuff from Jacob? Do you want just let us know what? Yeah, do you want more? I mean, do you want more rage bait? Let us know about that. We can get the ragiest bait. But yeah, let us know what sort of stuff you guys are looking for from your news sites and all that fun stuff, and maybe we'll expand and keep going. So we're here for you. We're not selling out. We don't have any big corporate backers telling us what to write. We're here to serve you guys. So let us know what you guys want us to cover. But besides from that, I just wanted to drop that for everybody, and let's get the show on the road.
Now, I know you guys have been talking for a couple of hours here, and I missed all the weeb stuff because I've been literally spending the last 2 hours trying to find an Ingle store that credit card system is not down, and that's been a fun experience driving around for an hour.
You've been having to deal with that, dang.
Yeah, so that was fun because I needed to get stuff now, especially with the shipping containers on strike and stuff like that. It's probably a good idea to get some stuff now before you don't have the ability to get so that's why I was late here tonight. But I have a little side rant that I want to get on here. Then we can actually start the show. This is kind of, you guys are a bunch of weebs, so you guys know about this. So Pokemon, you guys know about Pokemon. I think you guys have heard of it once or twice in your lives before. So
Nerdigan said something about it.
I've been literally having this internal debate now because I'm trying to get back into it, kind of figure out what's happened. But I've been focusing more on the manga stuff. I'm gonna be honest with you, I really don't care much about the anime or the video games at this point because it's this whole thing started back in 1998, and they told you that catch them all, you catch all the 150 Pokemon, and you'll be a Pokemon master. You'll be the greatest of the greatest. And then it's we found another one. It's 151, but you'll still be a master. Then 2 years later, it was it's 251 now. I don't know where these guns came from, but hey, it still could be a master, right? Then about 2 years after that, it was okay, guys, we're just gonna go ahead and drop this gotta catch them all thing because there's another 100. So we're gonna just bypass all of this, and then the next thing you know, you just go away for about 20 years. You come back and you realize, there's 1,050 Pokemon now, and then there's regions that don't even make sense. And you just imagine being that guy who wasted his entire life since he was 10 years old chasing his dream of being a Pokemon master, only for the white man to come up here and snatch it from you at the very last second. And here we are. So a couple things here. One, I think the manga is probably far better than the anime. Nerdigans, would you agree with that one?
I know she loves it.
1,000%. I love Pokemon Adventures. That manga is amazing. I need to. I'm behind on it because I was covering it for a bit, but I fell behind. I need to catch up with it. There's also
it's been on a break for a little while, so you're not.
It
You're
came
not
back.
too much.
It
It
came back
did.
for a bit. Yeah. There's also the side ones for Pokemon Sun and Moon, which is really good. There's also Sword and Shield, which I need to catch up on, and then there's Scarlet and Violet that started that I need to do. I need to read.
Keep this in mind here too, at least with like, you know, the anime versus the manga. When you go back and you watch like the first season of Pokemon where like Ash is getting the gym badges from Kanto and all this stuff, you realize what an absolute Mickey Mouse run he had in that first season. Like, he was winning gym battles and like they weren't even actual battles. It's just like the battle would get interrupted halfway in and technically he didn't win, but they just gave him the badge anyway because they're like, oh, you're such a sweet little boy, off you go. And then you wonder why he didn't win anything for like 20 years because none of these people actually prepared him to actually be good at being a Pokemon trainer. So it's like there's a lot of
you know what made me angry about that very first run is like, okay, here's Ash as our protagonist. We're with him for like 3 seasons. All right, Indigo Plateau, here we go. Oh, he lost. Okay, that's weird as a kid to see him lose. But then they went, he's gonna go to the Orange Islands, and you're like, what the fuck are the Orange Islands? And then that's where they have the gym leaders who are like not battles, but you have to do like athletic tests.
It's like the non-canon island. It's just like, you know,
and that's the one. He wins that one, and everybody goes, "Oh yeah, he's a champion." And I'm like, "That's not canon," and he didn't even fight. And then it took him the rest of, when did he win Nerdigans? Like 2 years ago?
Yeah,
whenever
2
it was.
years
It
ago.
took him from Orange Islands to that to get his like official win. And I was like, don't play.
It was like John Elway finally winning the Super Bowl like his last year in the league. That's what it is. And you think to yourself, like, you know, we followed this J-Bron for 20 years. Meanwhile, if you read the manga, you read all about Red. Like, this guy's like literally killing Pokemon and like catching legendaries. Like, how come we couldn't make a show about this guy? Like, why would we be following that?
Like one of the very first issues is like you see a Bulbasaur cut a Team Rocket person in half with like a razor leaf, like an actual like, and it's just like, dang, like. I love the manga because it's like that's how Pokemon would be if we actually had them.
And then like Team Rocket were actually far more diabolical and actually like had far more control in the manga than the TV. It wasn't just like, oh, we're gonna spend 25 years catching a Pikachu, and then once we catch the Pikachu, we don't even know what we're gonna do anymore with it because we've been searching for this thing for so long. We didn't actually think through. It's like, what happens when we actually catch it? It's like, world domination? Question mark?
Yay! Well, like, didn't they, Nerdigans, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't they capture him at one point and bring him to Giovanni? And Giovanni was like, why? Like, what? It's a Pikachu.
He's like, I didn't even ask you to do this. So like, you've been going for like 10 years.
What it was. They were, no, that's what it was. He was like, where have you been? And they're like, we've been getting you the Pokemon, Pikachu. And he's like, what? I hate you guys. Like, leave. Like, get out.
I hit one of these with my car on the way in here today. What are you talking about?
It's like I literally sent you on this mission so long ago that I literally forgot what was even the purpose of me telling you to go get him in the first place.
It was basically like the divorced dad stopping at a gas station to buy a toy because he forgot to buy one for his kid for Christmas of like Pokemon stealing.
Yeah. And I've been thinking to myself too, it's like, what is it stop? Like, is there like a rule stopping anyone in the Pokemon universe from just loading up on like rare candies and Master Balls and just OPing his way through all the tournaments? Is there anything like technically in the rule book that's against that?
Missing no could erase your save.
So here's the thing. My plan when I was playing the games was in that first grassy area as you're leaving your home village in all the games.
Yeah.
I go up to level 25. Then I go to the first gym, and I just arrive at that gym like a force of nature. It's just the lead Pokemon is just like bam, 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 bam. I have to cycle through the different Pokemon so they get different experience points, so they'll level up. Otherwise, it's just the lead character that's just like one shot, one shot, one shot, one shot, one shot.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, my best friend, he and I got Pokemon. He got blue, I got red. We played it. So like, let's say like 2-3 months go by. I play it. I beat it. I'm catching all the Pokemon. I go over to his house. I'm like, do you want to like battle? Like, this would be awesome. He's like, yeah, let's do it. And he's like, how do I do that? And I'm like, you go here. Da, da, da. He's like, I don't have that feature yet. I'm like, what? And I take a look at his game. He didn't understand that when the old man says like, stop, you can't go, come talk to me, that you're supposed to talk to him. He thought that it was like, no, you stop here, go find the other like area. So he spent those 3 months in Pallet Town, Viridian City. He had a level 85 Blastoise and like a level 3 Pidgey. That was his team. And I was just like, sure, man, sure.
So I have a similar story. Okay, so in Silver, when it came to the ice cave leading to Blair, to get to Blair,
oh gosh, yeah,
I couldn't figure out the pattern. So like your friend, for like 4 months or so, I was stuck right there before getting into the ice cave. So I had like a level 60 going in to fight Blair, and I just kicked her door in and said, "Give me that badge, you bitch."
She just said, I'm sorry, take whatever you want.
Take your Cyndaquil or whatever that monstrosity with
just
flame coming out of it out of here. It's melting everything.
You don't know what Pokemon needs? They need a Roman Reigns character, because it's like, I get it, Giovanni's supposed to be like the big bad for like the first couple of seasons, but we need like an antagonist that just like strikes fear into the heart of like Pokemon trainer. Everybody, like, I want to hear like, well, while Red's dominating like Kanto and Johto, we need like some other trainer who was in the region and he was like so good that they literally kicked him out of the Elite Four because literally no one could win. They couldn't crown a champion because he was so good. They literally had to kick him out so they could actually have a champion.
Isn't that Lance?
Yeah,
Isn't that
Lance?
Lance? Yeah, I thought that was Lance.
Yeah, but he's I mean, he was
but he's still
great.
Around.
But yeah, like I said,
Lance is still around. But yeah, Lance is still around. But he wasn't he like busted for being part of Team Rocket too, or was that Agatha I'm thinking of?
No, Koga was the one who was busted for being part of Team Rocket.
No, Koga was. I think Surge was. Sabrina.
It was Koga, Surge, and Sabrina.
Yeah. And then I think it was either Agatha or Lance was part of Team Rocket too. It was one of those two.
And that's another thing that bothers me too. It's like even like versus like the manga version of the manga version of the characters. It's like the anime, we get like some nerfed, watered down version of like all of these characters, where it's like, you know, Sabrina's backstory is like far more interesting, and then in like the manga and in the anime, she's just like, oh, I have a doll and I don't speak. And it's like, well, that's kind of lame.
Like, yeah, no, I agree with that. Especially because, like, I remember, you know, I was a kid, I would watch and play at the same time, and I would, obviously the anime goes faster than a kid can sort of get through the game. So I'd go, oh, I'm going to go meet Sabrina in the game. And I'm like, this is different and way better. Like, why am I even watching at this point?
And speaking of while you're watching, we do have, as a topic of favorite here on 01, the Bounding into Comics live streams, fast food conversations.
What are we doing this time?
We have it now, the real deal Krabby Patty, which is just kind of an overdone Big Mac. So there you go.
That's just a Nerdigans. This is just I know this is your realm. This is just a burger with sauce on it. Like
Nerdigans, you're Wendy's Jewish. Burger. I know you had something to do with this.
Dude, like, I wish it was the classic Wendy's fries and not how those fries look. I really would want the 2000 Wendy's fries back.
I don't like. There's something about those fries. They feel like too tall. There's something really weird about that.
They're too salty. They're too salty and they're too thin. The Wendy's fries in the 2000s were like potato wedgies, where they were just a little bit wider. And
wedges.
Well, for wedgies, that you go to KFC for those now. But.
I know. They don't count. Those are just potato slices.
I mean, all the fast food fries have gone down the toilet ever since they stopped cooking them in actual fat, and they started, we'll just boil them in grease and then then burn them, and then we'll just give you dry fries that you have to pay $8 for. America,
enjoy.
Well, the best, but let's be real, the best probably collab meal that's out right now is in Japan, and that's the Genshin Impact KFC meal.
Is that one of those like black burgers that turn your poop green, or is like
no? It's actually
like
fried
the Venom
chicken.
pizza. The Venom pizza they're doing is the same way. It's weird.
It's actually fried chicken. You get fried chicken and you get like free stuff in the game.
Mm-hmm. Did you eat one of those sandwiches and then the color of your poop makes you call your doctor because you're concerned?
No.
Well, you know, speaking of strange poop, we do have.
Wait. I have a stamp to put on the Krabby Patty real quick. I just have another reason to sort of hate your corporate overlords. And Nerdigans, you're going to know exactly what I'm talking about as soon as I start. So when Stephen Hill, when was still alive, the guy who created SpongeBob, they regularly asked him, so you've done all of these like you do toys, you do this. Why have you never done a Krabby Patty? Like, this is what your show revolves around. And he basically came out and he said, look, I know we team up with them, we team up with Burger King for the watches and the Happy Meal toys and stuff. And I'm fine with that because it's toys, that they're products. He was like, I don't want to start advertising the food to them because they don't need to be necessarily eating this crap. Like, kids need to be eating not like, super healthy, but like healthy, like not this shit all the time. And if you put SpongeBob on a Happy Meal, everybody's gonna, I need the burger, I want the burger. And now he's dead. He died like what, 4 years ago, Nerdigans? And now they're just they're running roughshod over the entire property. Like, that's why you see all the spin-offs now, all the new movies, because these are all things he said, I don't want to do. And then he died and they said, guess what, sucker?
Well, like, the thing is that for like a Krabby Patty, like a healthy Krabby Patty, you could have done something different. You could have had like the fries cooked differently, for example, like the way that In-N-Out does, for example, where they actually use a freaking potato and it goes through an actual slicer and it's cooked in healthier, healthier oil.
No matter how healthy you make it, it's still fast food, and you're still selling fast food to kids. I think that's the part where it gets really, really bad, especially because like I think like especially him going, you're using my product to do that. I don't want you to do that. And so like that to me, it's like, I get it. Sure, make them get the toys or whatever. But when they start going like, I want to eat the food because that's what they're eating, I can understand the hesitation, especially with all the fatty kids we have now. I was a fatty kid. If I'd have had SpongeBob in my lunches, I would have been more cooked than I already am.
But they already did. Well, they did have like the SpongeBob food products. They had tons of it. Like, I mean, they had like and they still release it, like the Krabby Patty gummies. They still had that.
But those were all after he died.
But those aren't the actual burgers. So I understand still. But I'm just saying, you still had like food products like gummy burgers and like gummy gummies and yogurt and the SpongeBob on that. But you didn't have like burgers. So I understand.
Yeah, you didn't have fast food burgers.
Yeah.
Well,
so
again,
anyway,
speaking
the Rachel Zegler.
Yeah, speaking of marketing poop to children, we do have an update on Rachel Zegler departing Hollywood.
Departing?
Isn't that what happened? She's going to Broadway now? She's going to
God, she's going to kill Broadway next?
I genuinely have not heard
my
anything.
God.
To be fair, I don't follow her career.
This woman's like a terrorist.
No, what's happening on Broadway is a terrorism to Shakespeare. Let's be real. Because they said
it's been like that for a while.
What is it?
It's
what
worse.
Is it?
It's basically the director proposed it to her like it's going to be like the Gen Z version of Romeo and Juliet, and that's horrible.
The only
because the last one worked out so well.
It did. Do you not enjoy calling shotguns long swords? Come on, that was the best thing I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, this.
Pass me my long sword.
There it is, right there. There you go. She's in a Broadway show. So there you go.
Really?
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
The way she described it was
even her face in the poster. Even her face in the poster just looks insufferable. You know what I mean?
This is failing upwards, like to a T. Like Jacob always points out, what has she done that's been? I guess Hunger Games was a little successful. I guess that's basically it.
Was it?
More so than Shazam, I have to think. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Oh, the recent one. I was like, that wasn't her. That was the other girl that doesn't think
it was
anybody else
the
acted.
recent one that I
think
that one barely
the one
made
with all
money.
the sex in it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So anyway, speaking of being a useless person, so we go back over here.
Let's go back over here. So in case you guys didn't see, as we are getting closer to the release of Snow White next year in 2025, Disney's running their damage control PR because we have Rachel Zegler coming out again with another statement going, oh, the words that I said before wasn't what I meant. So as we all remember that she's been, in the lead up to all of this, she's been sort of out there talking about how gross and bad the original animated was, right? Like, oh, she's not going to be in love. This isn't going to be a love story. She doesn't need a prince to save her. all the what was it? The weird, like all of this is weird.
Yeah.
So she's been out there on the trail going and sort of just smack talking the original. And this turned out to be it turned out to be a massive backfire for Disney, because I am 90% sure they thought that was a good idea and they encouraged her and were like, yeah, that sounds like a great thing to go out and say on the press trail, especially because she was saying these things at like D23, at like scheduled meetings, and not like impromptu TMZ style. Oh, you're on the street, tell us something. So she's been talking all of this mad trash, and it backfired to the point where normies were taking notice of her attitude. Mm-hmm. And remember, guys, the internet's not real life. So while her rhetoric played really well among the lefties on Twitter, everybody else in the world was like, you are an insane person. This doesn't make me want to see your movie. I'm not seeing your movie. Like, I loved the original. This is an insult. Like, normies were starting to feel what we normally feel about our properties. So that all went down, and we started to see a noticeable shift in Zegler's rhetoric. So before, oh gosh, what did she say before? She said something dumb before. I need to pull it back up, because you got to narrow down from that. I know. She says so many things all the time. So a couple months ago, Variety has this video series called Actors on Actors, where they'll have an actor interview another actor, and sometimes they're from same genre. It doesn't really matter. It's just actors. So a couple of months ago, they had Halle Bailey from the live action Little Mermaid remake, the race swap Ariel, talking to Rachel Zegler. And during that interview, Bailey was like, oh, tell me about your thoughts on the original. And she said, and I'm quoting here, the cartoon is so beloved. It was the first feature-length cartoon movie. It won honorary Oscars, and all these amazing things that happened for that film are the reason that you and I get to sit here today, because it made Disney what it is. Obviously, that's come with a lot of pressure that I put on myself. Much like Hunger Games, there's a very dedicated group of people who love Disney cartoons. I'm one of them. I love everything that the Disney company has put out in the past 100 years. Like, that, if that's not backpedaling PR, I genuinely don't know what is. Like, you have your controversial actress in a interview video with your other actress who was less controversial, and people just didn't like the decision. I don't think people really had a problem with Bailey. It was more like, why are we race swapping Ariel? And so you put them together, and then you ask them this pointed question, and you give Zegler like a layup and don't challenge it. Like, yeah, that's 100% a PR move. Fast forward to today, and we had a giant interview with Zegler drop on Variety, which is where that info about the Romeo and Juliet play came out, I guess, but I must have passed over it, because I really don't want to engage with her more than I have to. During the interview, they started talking. Her and the interviewer started talking about Snow White, and the subject of the backlash came up. And what she basically said, she came out and she said her words were being misinterpreted. And so what she said was, quote, I would never want to box someone in a way, or no, in all honesty, it made me sad that it was taken in such a way, her statements about it being outdated and you don't need love stories or whatever, because I believe that women can do anything, but I also believe that they can do everything. I would never want to box someone in and say, if you want love, then you can't work. If you want to work, then you can't have a family. It's not true. It's never been true. It can be very upsetting when things get taken out of context or jokes don't land. The love story is very integral. A lot of people wrote that we weren't doing that storyline anymore. We were always doing that. It just wasn't what we were talking about on that day. So that's what she said. And I read that and I was like, just bullshit. Like, there's just no way around it. Like, that you are lying to our faces. Because here I'm going to quote back what she said in her two most infamous interviews. All right, her first time at D23, quote, she was asked, I know you told me before that your version of Snow White is different and it's more of a 2022 version of Snow White. What did you mean by that? Zegler responds, quote, the original cartoon came out in 1937 and very evidently so. There's a big focus on her love story with a guy who literally stalks her. Weird. So we didn't do that this time. we have a different approach to what I'm sure a lot of people will assume is a love story just because we like, or just because like we cast a guy in the movie, Andrew Burnap, great dude. It's one of those things that I think everyone's going to have their assumptions about what it's actually going to be, but it's really not about the love story at all, which is really, really wonderful. And whether or not she finds love along the way is anybody's guess until 24. All of Andrew's scenes could get cut. Who knows? It's Hollywood, baby. So then in an interview the next year with Variety, she further added, quote, "The reality is that the cartoon was made 85 years ago, and therefore it's extremely dated when it comes to the ideas of women being in roles of power and what a woman is fit for in the world. And so we came to reimagining the actual role of Snow White. It became about the fairest of them all, meaning who was the most just and who can become a fantastic leader. And the reality is, you know what? Snow White has a lot of lessons to learn about coming into her own power before she can come into power over a kingdom." So like, this is just blatant lying. Like, this isn't even benefit of the doubt status. She straight up said, we're not doing that. That's where the weird comes from. It's about the love story. So there's no misinterpreting here. We are reacting to the exact words that you said. Like, I don't know how any doubt can be in play here. Just absolutely zero doubt.
So she basically tried to do it. I didn't say that.
Yeah, no, that's what she did. She did an I didn't say that, and she blamed the incels essentially, right? Because what she said, because she continued to during the Variety interview today, she said, quote, in response to her words being misinterpreted, she said, "I've watched women get torn down my whole life, my whole career. We'll watch it in the election that's upcoming. We're going to witness that for a long time, I fear. Sometimes it can feel like we're going back. It certainly felt that way when the backlash was happening." And then, so like, she's doing the classic playbook, which is, well, not so classic in that she's just going, I didn't say that. But then she's pulling out the classic, but if you read it that way, you're a misogynist, you're a bigot, you're a bad person. Aren't comic book fans so awful to me? Or not, I guess this isn't even comic book fans. This is just Disney fans so awful to me. Like, this is PR, gaslighting, backpedaling, all of it. And I have to ask, who thinks this is going to work? This is the internet. We know that entities like Bounding, like Nerdrotics, like Valiant Renegade, we are noticed and in the conversation with all these media companies, right? Like, maybe not completely swaying the conversation. And in fact, I doubt we have that much power, but they have to know that we run, what do you want to call it? Like, records of what they say. We quote it all the time. So if you're just going to have somebody come out and blatantly lie, what win does this have? Like, you have the 5-second win where everybody claps for the headline, and then everybody goes, oh, wait a minute, that she's lying. And now you've just done more damage to your movie. She's lying and she's insulting the potential audience. Like, it's
worse with these lies, because it's like I've said like before, it's like it hasn't even been long enough to forget what you actually said. It's not like this is like a resurfaced comment from like 15, 20 years ago. Like, you said it like 6 months ago. It's like been 6 months. So it's like the video's even still out there. And then this whole thing is going to be a disaster, because keep in mind, we haven't even gotten to the future conflict between her and her co-star Gal Gadot over this whole Israel-Palestine thing, which certainly will not cool off by the time this film actually comes out. So
they brought that up in the Variety interview. Like, they straight point blank asked her, and she gave the most like, I am trying to be on my best Hollywood behavior and not say anything answer. I was just like, oh man, she's gonna lose eventually. She's gonna let it drop. I know it.
It'll probably be like once like the film like bombs, and then she no longer has to like pretend like they're friends anymore, and then that's when she's gonna come and drop the hammer.
No, but Spencer, you
saw. Blame it on her too.
Spencer, you saw what Rachel Zegler said about the Snow White skin as white as snow, right? I saw it. I don't remember it. Walk us through. Okay, so she made the whole thing worse.
I know it's stupid. This. Yeah.
She said. She basically said that the new film has its own origin story for her name, that it fell back to another version of Snow White that was told in history, where she survived a snowstorm that occurred when she was a baby. So the king and queen decided to name her Snow White to remind her of her resilience. One of the core points in our film for any young woman or young person is remembering how strong you actually are. Like, what? No,
it's fan fiction. You're literally seeing fan fiction being written. Like, it's taking all of these things, and That's essentially the like taking the S symbol for Superman and making it Hope, except it's way stupider and way worse.
And that was already pretty dumb.
And that was really dumb.
They could have stated by saying, in my land, in Wakanda, the S actually means forever.
Yeah. This is not X. This is forever.
Superman.
I can't wait till that eventually gets mutated. They just start saying eBay.
I just love the fact that in that movie they
Wakanda's got to sell off everything because they run out of money, like the economy crashes.
T'Challa lost a bet.
They put literal spear chuckers in that movie, and then just presented it as like, oh, they're black, so it's fine.
Go with it.
The weirdest thing about that, right? So not that part, but the weirdest part was like, here's these cow farmers that don't have electricity and indoor plumbing. 10 inches away from them is this force field, and on the other side is this 23rd century city that runs on vibranium static electricity or some crazy Iron Man bullshit. And just like on the other side, they're just like, Fada, I have to go poo-poo. I will be back in 2 hours. And they just...
And then he dies of the dysentery.
There they go. Yeah.
And like T'Challa's just like, yeah, fuck them. Those people.
Fuck them.
That's their problem, not mine. If they die in the Thanos invasion, not my problem. It's the people inside the bubble that matter. I couldn't fathom it. I was like, people are like, I want to go to Wakanda. I'm like, no, they're going to let you in. They're going to make you hang out with the cow farmer.
You're not getting in. Yeah. They don't want dirty.
We don't do that here, right? They start rolling up and twerking, right, all over the place. Like, we don't do that here.
Yeah.
Please you guys? Stop. This is a bit out of our wheelhouse, but have you guys seen? There's like a new reality show where you like go to compete to be like a ratchet black woman. Have you seen? Like there's
America's Next Top Ratchet. Is that
it's kind of like that? The clip I saw, and I wish I could tell you guys where it was, who shared it, but the clip I saw was like there was maybe like 4 rows of 6 black women like as competitors, and then there were 3 women at like a table, and they had 3 women come up, and they were like, okay, blah blah blah, snatch her wig to prove it's real, and like the 3 women just start like trying to snatch the one, or the 2 women try to snatch the one woman's wig, and they just get into a fight, like a trashy ratchet fight, and they like judge like, you were better in that performance, you can stay, and it's just like, where have we gone as a society reviews?
I mean,
there's a lot of debauchery going on at this point. I mean,
I can't believe you haven't seen it yet, Jacob. Like, as soon as I find it again, I want to send it to you because it's probably good. It's going to be your content for every stream for like the next 3 weeks.
Reality TV was a mistake. It's like anything that wasn't that's outside of the purview of like HDTV was a mistake.
Reality TV needed to be like, your house could look like this, not you could poop in a bucket and win $1 million.
Yep, Jessica Simpson thinking that tuna was chicken just put this entire country to a path for the worse.
Yeah, they had plenty of ideas.
That's where it went downhill.
Yep.
It wasn't The Simple Life.
No, that was
with
another
Paris and Nicole Richie.
Oh, okay. I found it. I found it.
He's like, ratchet black woman competition, and he's like, shit, look at all this.
Well,
I'm gonna find it now.
I went to the media tab. I narrowed it down. Yeah. Oh gosh, where's my StreamYard window now? Okay, there we go. Share screen. Where is it? There we go. All right, let's rewind it.
This is auditions.
Are you playing it?
Yeah!
Because we can't
I'm playing it.
The screen you're sharing is not the screen you're playing. You're on the bounding account.
I know I'm on the bounding account. Oh, I've got like 7 different windows open with things in it.
So you got all these women screaming in your ear, man. No wonder you don't know what's going on. Jeez.
Here we go. Then I found the right one. There we go. Now it's all blown up. Okay, cool.
There it is.
Now we can go back. And
whoa. Nope, can't hear anything. You forgot to share audio.
You don't need the audio.
You're right, I don't.
Yeah, I think we can pretty much figure out what's happening here. Jerry.
Let's put some peaceful music here.
This is a show. It's called Baddies Caribbean, Baddies Midwest. Baddies Midwest. I guess that's the show. I have no idea.
Yeah.
This is just.
Well, I have to imagine it was very, very difficult for them to go around the country and find ratchet black women. I mean, they're just not, very many of them here in the United States of America or any countries for that matter. So,
you'll probably be hearing
months to find them.
You'll probably be hearing from all of them in like 27 days when the rent is due. Like they'll start tweeting. Don't worry.
Oh yeah, they'll put out some dumbass statement right on like the 29th.
Those are my favorite tweets, Jacob. When like a ratchet black lady like says something like that, and another black is just like, "Rent's due."
Yep, time to get paid.
Speaking of getting paid, it's not going to happen for the Smite 2 rather. Devs, as quite a few of them ended up being laid off over there at High Res.
Yeah.
They're just like the Florida Marlins.
Oh gosh. Or did you hear what the Diamondbacks manager said about what's his name, their pitcher?
No.
Oh my god. I know I don't want to be bounding into sports, but I have to tell you this because it's so crazy, Jacob. It was the Diamondbacks owner, because they signed Jordan Montgomery earlier this year because they thought he was going to be incredible, and he kind of pooped the bed. The owner went out on like ESPN yesterday and was like, "Yeah, that was such a bad idea. Why did we do that?" He stunk out loud. I hope he doesn't exercise his like second year option. And I'm just like, dude, why would you come out and say that? Now I want him to exercise it and just not play for you.
and why wouldn't he? Just like F you, now you're going to pay me to stay here. So.
Yeah, exactly.
But bless poor Cider. I mean, he just tries to get on to the next topic. We just keep derailing it.
I know. I don't having a clue what's going on here, but I'll act like I do.
He's like, what is a Diamondback?
What is
That's
ball?
A snake.
What is ball? There you go. It actually is. That's on all the jerseys. But yeah, this back to Smite, back to things most of us care about. This is a particularly crazy video game industry layoff because we've been seeing them happen across the board. But so the creators of Smite, I guess this is a popular game. I've never played it. It's a MOBA. Those aren't really up my wheelhouse. I played Heroes of the Storm for like 5 minutes, and then I was like, that's cool. Never want to touch this again. So I know Smite is popular. People play it. Smite 2 released into early access earlier this year in about May. It's got an official release date of 2025. When the game entered early access earlier this year, the responses were middling. A lot of people going like, it's fun, but really nothing more than the first game. Like, what are we doing here? I might as well just play the first. That was pretty much players. Like, you can go to the Steam forums and it's all over, and the mainstream press, like Rock, Paper, Shotgun, Eurogamer, all that fun stuff. So in response to that, we got news earlier this week that Hi-Rez Studios they're basically refocusing all of their efforts on Smite 2. So they're kind of firing all their other dev teams, moving whoever remains onto this project. And it's sort of, I think it's interesting because it's sort of it feels like a Hail Mary, right? Like I've never seen a move like this where you go, okay, we're firing everybody, then all hands on deck on this one project. To me, it's like, okay, so you're done if this isn't a good game, if this doesn't take off. It's bizarre.
So
there's something. Okay, here's the thing. So is it just me? You guys know a lot more about the video game world than I do right now. But it just seems like systematically all these projects are just falling apart at the seams right now. They seem like just one after another, after another, after another.
Well, I just want to point out before we get too deep in it, what you're noticing is the live service games getting their asses handed to them as they cannot continue to one-up the experience. Eventually, when you go to the football stadium, here we go with sports references. I've never been in a football stadium, so I'm talking out of my butt.
Now I'm starting to do it.
Yeah, no, I've never been in a football stadium. I think I may have seen one in a distance on a highway once. That maybe. I don't know.
I mean, for you, the closest one would be like in what, like New England?
Boston. Yeah,
Yeah.
I am in New England. The whole thing is New England.
You've seen The Dark Knight Rises. You've seen the Gotham Stadium, the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, so basically what I'm getting at is that eventually there's only, you can't improve the experience of the people sitting in the stands. That you're kind of like, once you get the Megatron, you maybe heat the seats, give them cup holders.
Yeah.
But eventually they're there to watch the game, right? That's about it. And so we're at the heated cup holder stage of live service games. And that's what you're seeing, Jacob, is that the majority of these games that are falling apart, like Concord, you're seeing the Sony games fall apart left and right. You got Smite here getting rid of people left and right. These various studios that are trying to copy Overwatch going out of business and stuff like that. Sweet Baby Inc. games being involved here. It's because they're trying to one-up the experience of playing Fortnite. And it's not that it's perfect. It's just the present level of gaming. Fortnite is at the tippity top of play a game with your friends where you shoot each other. That is the apex of it currently. You get different effects when you go in like Overwatch and stuff like that, but it's that live service thing that's died out. It's why Roblox and Gary's Mod are still king, because you can just make your own thing. It's why Minecraft is still going. You make your own thing. You hang out with your friends, make all this stuff together, screw each other up in there. And that's,
I mean,
Well,
that seems
and
to
the
be
thing,
the play, right?
I think like the best sports equivalent to this, if I'm gonna make a good example of this, it's not like because Minecraft is a very simple game, right? And you just go in there and have fun. It's kind of like going to a Bills game. Bills Mafia, they are just wild as hell. They are a different breed of fan. They, if you go to a pregame there, I've never been to a tailgate, but I see it all the time on social media. They're
putting themselves with like flaming tables and being
they're like jumping, like they'll jump off a bus onto a table. And I mean, when there was a snowstorm, they go to games in the snow. They were sliding down the steps. They're just having a good old time over there. That's like the best comparison I could think of to Minecraft. Like where then you have like the opposite side where what the other live service games are trying to do is something like equivalent to well, I kind of want to say Patriots, but kind of more like Miami. Like what Miami's stadium is doing, or like or MetLife, or something like that. They're trying to just like do like go full stop and have like all the bells and whistles. There we go. Yeah. That's the or Yankee Stadium. Actually, that's a better example. Like Yankee Stadium doing all the bells and whistles, and they're charging like hella money for it too.
Like,
there we go.
I go back and I ask her like the Among Us question like over and over again, but it's like, how hard is it to just make like a good game? Like, you think about all the time and effort and money and just all the resources that these people have to make these projects, and they just fall on their face immediately. Like these projects aren't even like lasting like a month anymore. Like usually it'll be like a year. They can go back and reflect on their sales and be like, maybe this didn't meet our projections. Like now we're pulling the plug on this 2 weeks in.
Well, we've got a
or I was just gonna say my favorite was the Uma Musume, the anime about the horse, like the derby horses in Japan that are owned by real people. They made an anime out of it. They then made a mobile game that's like a gacha game that's currently running in Japan. They released it earlier this year in like April, but in their announcement they were like announcing the release of the Uma Musume Derby gacha. Also announcing shutdown on July 30th. Yeah. So I was just like, wow.
Get it
going down in flames, baby.
I'm trying to think who was running it, because the thing is with some of these anime games,
it was the Crunchyroll one.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is Crunchyroll just does not know how to run games very well. That's the problem, and a lot of people hate it very, very much.
Well, and again, what you're dealing with is these people are not in it to make the game. They're not getting this degree to make the game. They are not getting hired to make the game. They are getting these positions because they say the right things, because they express the right way, and because they meet a certain demographic threshold that they have to have at the studio. Ubisoft admitted to this, that they're going to be Sony rather, admitted that they're hiring people that are based strictly on their demographic representation and not their skill level. So as I pointed out in the video about this, for every white guy they hire, they're going to, and this is me exaggerating, they're going to go hire 5 people who are not that. Anything but that. And it doesn't matter what your skill level is, so long as they can explain you into the position. Which again, we saw their advertising for this position. They said as a bonus, if you have any experience with video games, that would be super cool. But if you don't, it's totally fine. We just want you to be able to seek and destroy anyone who disagrees with us.
Well,
And
you know
that's,
what?
you know.
I was watching this. I know people don't like David Jaffe, but we talked about this previously. That he'll have some good stuff about industry.
Yeah, you brought that up last week. It's like he's a lunatic, but he sometimes has some insights.
But yeah, he was talking about how, like, for some of the bigger games now, that they'll put like people that have never played an FPS game on an FPS game. Like, that's how insane it is right now in the industry. And like, someone in his chat was saying that that the best era was like in the PS2, like 360 era, and he's like, and there's like nothing now, and he's like, well, there is things now. It's in the indie scene. The indie scene is booming, especially on Steam. And it's for like for a cheaper price. Like I guess there's an Apocalypse game that's like for $15 on Steam right now that he said to check out. I can't remember the title off my head, but yeah,
there's tons of them.
Yeah, there's tons of there. But the point is, there's tons of games. The indie scene is booming, and it's for a cheap price. And AAA is just dying because of these stupid decisions that they're doing.
Well, they're not hiring to make a game. That's where the indies are. Is they are there because they are vested in the process of making a game. You know, soup to nuts, as the former Sony contributor used to say there, whatever his name was. And that fellow, you know, that kind of attitude just isn't present with these people. We heard that immediately as soon as the Concord thing went up. That lead designer came out and immediately threw anybody who had a higher key card than her under the bus, who had a reserved parking space. Let's put it that way. Anybody who had a reserved parking space was catching it from that lady. And so that's not a game dev, because when we know this, watching like all the videos about how they put together Halo, how they put together Final Fantasy, both sides of the Pacific, it is a brotherhood. It is a family. It is not a random assortment of people you have coffee with in the morning. It is people that you will bleed for. And so that as soon as you see these people coming out and like, you know what, screw the fans, these talentless hacks. When you see them doing that, that's not a game dev. That's an activist. And that
a real game dev are like the guys behind the Space Marine game, where they said that you had the CEO, the director of the game, coming out saying, we didn't want any of this crap. All the moralizing and the judging, that's not what video games are. And then conversely, in the past 2 days, the team has come out and they are like accepting feedback and admitting to feedback and being like, okay, yep, we did wrong on that one. We got to do we'll do better next time. You guys were right. They're not going, oh, if you don't like it, don't buy it or whatever. They're going, sure, we hear you guys. This is all good stuff to take into account. It's night and day between a real developer and activists.
Well, look at Yasuda, the developer of Chainsaw Lollipop. He has been so transparent about everything, and in regards to the graphics and the jiggle physics.
Yeah,
he was very specific on what was happening technologically, and even went into detail about price points too, because people were concerned about that. Harda, the developer over at Tengen, there was controversy with the DLC. He just tweeted about what was going on behind the scenes and what his role was in all of it. That's how you know who really is a developer that cares about the fans. And Harda and Yasuda have always been extremely transparent on their situations. And it turns out there's a lot more going on behind the scenes at Tengen than I think any of us realize, that it's in terms of Harada's role anyway.
Well, and we have right here with Assassin's Creed. I have a special intro prepared for it, but Spencer produced an article today that had like it was like a buffet. It was like a buffet of all the questions you had about what was going on with these people, all answered in that article. Very nicely presented. I really give you props about that one because there was stuff about there that like would have made the headline, in my opinion. But then as I read the article, I was like, no, that's why he said that. Because that leads to the big like boom,
boom.
Yeah, that leads to the nuke in the middle of the article there that nobody like. I got so much flack for that first video. I said, well, they're gonna reduce Yasuke.
That's what I wanted to talk. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so I'm gonna run the intro and then we're gonna talk about that because I got all the intros.
The pull, I can't resist. Born of fury, clenching fists. I'll make them kneel, I'll watch them pay. You'll fear the monster I became today.
And there it is. We now have it confirmed from a leaker on the inside here, Mr. Tom Henderson. But Spencer wrote this, but I did a video on it, so that's why I'm talking about this.
You know it all.
Tom Henderson came out and said that, BT Dubs guys, turns out that whole rifle core thing, he didn't name it exactly, but he's basically saying that they have to go back through, and what we see here is that they're going to go back through and they're going to retouch the game to make sure the architecture is correct. So we're going to be fixing the castle that was very wrong. And
the Chinese castle.
About, like I said, they smashed 700 years of Asian history into that video game. So they've got a lot to go through. And now what we found out from Henderson, though, is that within this whole process, for a good chunk of it, nobody was at the helm. There was nobody there saying, don't do that, or yes, do this. They were just creating and putting it together in like a project. Yeah, they were just doing stuff. So once again, we have the Concord effect, where a bunch of people are all working together and nobody has the courage to say, this is really dumb, we're all going to lose our jobs. And here we are. So now also intermingled with this, Henderson comes out like off the top rope, just out of nowhere, RKO, and says, by the way, chief among these adjustments is Yasuke is not going to be a main character. He's having a severely diminished role going forward. And then there was that last part that I forgot about, that they are, all right, the language. They have to go back through and they want to go back through and clarify the kanji, because apparently we're sending out boxes with statues inside of them to declare the sword that Yasuke is carrying in the statue as Ichiro Oda's sword.
So bad.
After they stole the One Piece sword, that's perfect timing. Perfect. So yeah, they're going to go through and try to basically make him a servant, is what I wanted to say. Is they're basically just going to make him a servant. I think he's going to be like a Final Fantasy party member, that when you reach an obstacle, you can call upon Yasuke's mighty strength and he will charge through the wall ahead of you and take on the first wave of opponents. And while he's fighting them, And so you'll have that dual protagonist option, but he's not really a protagonist. He's a ride-along to clear a path.
I kind of like that idea. Actually, that could work. Like, I actually do really like that. Here's my problem, and this is where I and then I'll give my theory. My and it's not really a problem I have, but the fact of the matter is that they only delayed it by about 3 months. So this game is way too far along for them to go, we are scrapping everything. Like, I know a lot of people are out there like, oh, they're going to rebuild this game from the ground up and get rid of Yasuke. It's like not happening. Like, he's going to be in this game, at least in the capacity that Cider was talking about, where he's an assist that comes in. I still think he'll be playable, but that's really just a debate. Like, we don't have enough information for either of us to be right.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
But, yeah. Either of our outcomes could be right. I really hope it's Cider's, because that actually just sounds functionally more fun. But the thing that they said was like specifically that they were changing some of Yasuke's story and how he's portrayed in the game. So to me, if I read into that they're sort of going to really angle away hard from the We Was Samurai, right? Like they're going to, if they're smart, they'll make Yasuke more of a humble, like I'm sort of forced because of the situation to put on the samurai armor. I'm not the chosen samurai of this order type of thing. I think that's what they're going to do if they're addressing Yasuke's story and how he's portrayed in the game. Because that word right there, portrayed, that makes me go, oh, you were doing exactly what we all thought, where you were making him super badass Japan man and doing the greatest ever treatment to him. Like that's what that wording tells me 100%.
They say over and over, Henderson says like twice in the quotes that you provide, that at least, no, 3 times, that there is nobody saying what to do with this project. So you know as well as I do that photo of all those ladies together and the Sweet Baby Inc. president hiding behind the central support beam post, like, I'm not really here, but I am. You know what I'm doing. So, yeah, exactly. That face especially. And so we know now that that's what happened, is they all got together and they're like, oh, BLM, we understand from Endymion's Insider that there's a BLM element to this, that they were on task to do Yamauchi Taka, and then what happened with George Floyd happened, and apparently they decided, okay, we're going to divert into Yasuke now and show our allegiance. And this, again, take it as it comes. You know, people around this might be hearing it from their uncle's cousin. So they're not quite, getting 100% of the game. It's a telephone, it's a game of telephone. We get a little bit of information and a lot of speculation. So,
well, like when it comes to me, when it comes to Endymon's video, like I've watched it. I particularly I can't say whether or not he has a source or not, but I sort of question where the video is coming from, because if you guys don't know Endymon, right when the Ghost of Yote trailer dropped, he had that reaction like, female protagonist, this is woke, this is awful, Sony's doing all this. And when he got a lot of, I wouldn't say pushback, but a lot of like, maybe we got to like wait and see, like this isn't something to freak out about. He spent sort of the next week just tweeting and like doubling down on it every day, trying to be like, oh no, this is why I'm right. This is why we should all be accusing it of being woke. And then the next day he comes out with a video about Assassin's Creed that just has all of this. To me, it's too good to be true. And most times everything, like if it is too good to be true, it often is. So when he drops something that's just all these amazing tidbits that sort of confirm every speculation that everybody in the sphere has had, I sort of draw that into question. What I don't draw into question is what you were saying, Cider, is that if we just look at the culture of America at the time, or not even America, the video game culture at the time, dev culture, that is 100% believable. Like I can genuinely believe that they went, oh, the George Floyd thing happened, representations, everybody, what can we do? And they went, let's get Black Assassin's Creed. That's exactly what we're going to do.
Yeah. There's a time when like the congressmen were wearing the African scarves and kneeling because they were like,
my favorite photo. Oh, it's my favorite photo in existence. Highest res. It's like, I have a copy from like Getty that's like 7,000 by 7,000 pixels.
Wow.
Because Nancy Pelosi kneeling in Congress with African kente cloth on is the funniest.
Borderline dashiki.
Yeah, that's exactly, dude. Like, it's the funniest thing. I want to go back to the 90s and show a black guy that. I want to go to like outside and go to my neighbor and be like, have you seen this photo? Like, she thought she was doing something. This is the equivalent of like, I want to show support for my black brethren, and then like black facing yourself and going and hanging out. Like, it's so bad, and I love it so much because they thought they were doing something.
So
I do want to mention this. The only thing, though, in regards to the BLM stuff, is that you got to remember Ubisoft is mostly Canadian. This production is Canadian,
correct?
French Canadian. But like at the same time, because remember I watched this stuff on live stream.
Yeah, you did.
You did see the BLM stuff in France as well,
Montreal,
as Canada.
particularly. Yes.
Yeah. So that's why I'm like,
you even saw like mini protests. They weren't big and they really didn't accomplish much, but like Japan had one. Like I know I saw photos of that, right?
Yeah,
so this was a global thing.
it was a global thing. I saw it on the international streams. So yeah,
Yeah.
I did see it. So yeah, it did happen internationally. It wasn't that big in Japan. It was more so in Western Europe and Canada. I don't remember. I don't think it was that big in South America. Because there was other crap going on in South America at the time. But yeah, it was mainly in Western Europe, the U.S. and Canada, from what I remember.
Well, and again, like, so these people going out and kind of like absorbing that whole energy into this explains why Yasuke is 7 feet tall, stomps and creates earthquakes, and apart from Mount Fuji, I'm not sure there's a structure or object on the mountain on the islands that can stop him, Juggernaut style, when he gets running. So you know, it's no wonder that he's like this superhero. You know, we see him leap off a rooftop wearing, you know, almost 200 pounds of solid iron armor, jumping from a rooftop down onto a bale of hay, onto a pile of hay, and going, "Oof, that hurt." Like, yeah, okay, right. Like the Roblox, oof, nice. And he just gets up, you know, like it's useless. And so that, I think that's why all this happened. Now that the investors, AJ Investments, there has had the European and the investment portfolio. They stepped forward and they said, "Hey, we're going to turn about 10% of the people that invest in you, not the low 10%, by the way, just 10% of everybody. So it could be some high mucky mucks mingled in there. And we're going to come and knock on your door. And we're going to say, hey, pal, you're turning this thing private or we're liquidating it, one or the other." And that apparently was scare enough for Ubisoft to risk having a French union strike, as they called everybody in. Like, I was thinking about that before I did the video today. I was like, that's what they did. That's why they're striking, is because they have to go work on Assassin's Creed Shadows. And that's what it tells me. It's not fixing polygons. It's not fixing skyboxes. It's not making sure that horses aren't doing the moonwalk and ghostly coffee tables aren't floating around the room. It's to put Yasuke in the back seat and build a DLC for Yamauchi. Yamauchi.
You know what? That actually sounds pretty believable. Like, not that anything you were saying before was unbelievable,
300
but like
people
that
at
to
that
me
Quebec
sounds the most
studio.
Probable. Like, that sounds like it could be on point. Honestly.
They have almost 300 people at that Quebec studio, and people in France are going to strike because they're being called back to work. So at the same time, this thing is getting delayed. Sorry, those two dots are too close for me not to connect them. That the people in France have to work on this game to get it any kind of marketable for them. Because consider that if Star Wars Outlaws, right, only had 1 million sales so far, right? Consider how much further down Shadows was for them to not even like try patching it with a 50 gigabyte patch day one. They literally said, "We will refund your money."
Yeah,
we will give your money back.
They said, "We will refund your money, and then if you pre-order it again, we will give you a free DLC mission thing." Like they
totally not Taka. Totally.
But like
totally not.
But I have to wonder, like, a lot, maybe it's the tinfoil hat, maybe it's a happy coincidence, but I gotta wonder if, because of the timing with Ghost of Yode, they got scared and they're like, yeah, maybe we should do this after all, because Sony is coming for us. You already got the Japanese pissed off at us, and if Sony is going to release a more authentic Japanese game than us, yeah, probably should do something about that.
Yeah. But that's that. So this whole thing was a massive smorgasbord of information, you know, and he's got a really solid quote down here.
Hit it.
Yeah. So here we have it here. So they're actively addressing many of the historical and cultural concerns, which again, that's the Sekigahara Rifle Corps.
Yeah, that is what that is. 100%.
That's corporate speak for we stole these people's stuff and we couldn't scare them into not bothering us with a potential lawsuit. And we don't need the Japanese government or any historical preservation society to get in our business right now. We are hemorrhaging money. Thank you. And so that's what that means. So he said, which started before the game's reveal following external play tests and were accelerated further following the game's initial reveal and mass feedback. So when we all went, hey man, you can't just go and, I don't know, just have a black guy obliterating everything in his path, including Japanese historical figures, and expect that to go over very well. They were like, whoa! We never thought of that. Whoa.
Whoa. Revolutionary.
And so Henderson, speaking as an insider, says this includes changing some. So again, they're not erasing Yasuke completely. They're not erasing him being a lead. I wouldn't say leading, but a contributing force to the progression of the plot.
Right? A protagonist, I guess.
A supporting protagonist.
Right. You don't have to be the main one, but yeah, he's there.
So they're changing Yasuke's story and how he will be portrayed in the game. So those two statements together now tell me that they're going to reduce him back to being a servant of Nobunaga that's not great with a sword, but because he's strong, he's able to clear a path for you as little Naoe who can't take on a 5-guy squadron. Now, that this second part of how he's portrayed really matters, because that tells me that they were going to go full bore with him being absolutely respected, with being beloved, with being a champion, and that they have now realized they cannot do that. No matter what their intention was behind that, teachable moment or otherwise, it is going to go over like a wet fart on a hot day in a Georgia church. So, and that's where we're at with that. He goes on to say this, that there was nobody the strict asset approval process. The historical experts were brought in after the fact. So they went...
No, you got to tell them, not just after the fact. The quote is, the historical experts were brought onto the project much later than usual for a project of this magnitude, and that miscommunication between teams and cutting corners when it came to the approval process of assets to meet deadlines were also at play. Like that, to me, that entire thing, that's where we're... That's the... Whoa!
They were all at the Ubisoft sushi bar talking in like some sports ball, and some guys were like, "Oh crap, we got to make a black guy samurai game. We'll be right back." And they just went to it. And this is what happened.
This to me reinforces your idea about all of the activists in there, you know, being the writers, that shot of Ubisoft, right? If you didn't have somebody in there going, no, stop, no, then you just have all of them going, I want to do this, I want to do this, I want to do this, I want to do that, I want to do that.
And they're like, oh my gosh, that's so stunning and brave.
Right. It's that Concord toxic positivity that we're talking about. And it's just like, and remember, what really gets me about this is that this entire time, Ubisoft has been like, oh, we worked with experts. We've been talking to experts the entire time of development. And it's like, so, but now I know that you maybe being generous, maybe waited 5 months to get your historical experts on here. That's a lot of time. Like it's so, this is what it shows me. Go ahead. Yeah.
I would venture to say, okay, just going out on a limb here, when they had Lockley on around like August of last year.
Yeah.
Was when
on that podcast.
Yeah. Was when they had really leaned into historians. Leading up to that, they maybe had some people that were on the Japanese staff that they asked questions to, and they took their field trip, remember? They were very proud of their field trip. And so I think that was the end of it. They had people in the Japanese office that they had called up, and they'd be like, hey, would it be cool if we put a black guy in there? And they'd be like, I guess. And they're like, cool, thanks. And
I think you're giving them too much credit.
It's true.
What I just realized is putting all those scenarios together, they probably just, remember, no historians, just the random dev teamers throwing out whatever. Yasuke, where do we go for that information? Wikipedia. Right, Nerdigans. And who is cited on Wikipedia? Thomas Lockley. Right. Who should we get as an expert for our game? Thomas Lockley. It's so circular.
Yep. And that's how he gets work. But he said, again, we have to specify, though. We have to specify. Lockley was not officially brought in as an official advisor on this game. He was part of their Voices from the Past podcast. in which they said that his works contributed to their representation of Yasuke. So we know that Lockley's works influenced how they saw him. So there again, in this portrayal that they're drawing back, they are now going and talking to actual historians in Japan, and they're saying, yeah, no, it turns out he just was kind of a dude. And now Nobunaga was like, wow, you're weird. And he was like, yeah. And he's like, you want to come hang out with me? And he's like, yeah. And they hung out. And that was that. You know, can I have this guy? Can he be my friend now? And they were like, yeah, he could be your friend. You're his friend now. Cool, I'm his friend. And that was that. You know,
honestly,
and
even though he's such a revered figure, like I imagine it so immaturely. Like, I like him. Give me that.
Can I have him? I like him.
Give me that. How can I have it? No. Give me that. Give me that. Fine.
Please?
Shut up.
Okay. He said please, guys. He said please. He said the magic word.
That's how I know it. That's not how it went down, but I don't know why that's
it's like a children's book. You know, it's like a children's how to ask please. It's teaching kids how to ask please. Can I please have that black man?
Give Yasuke? No. Can I have Yasuke, please? Yay!
Oh my god.
But that's this is what we're dealing with. Is so he's explaining, as he says here, that there's when the cutting of the corners is really bothersome to me. Because as we're going to find out, this is another game that costs a couple of $100 million to put together. Yep. It's been in production for 10 years. So this whole thing is snowballing now on them into this massive problem that they've already lost more money on, because not only do they have to bring in more staff, which they've said in this article costs almost $21 million to do, right? The other thing is that they've had to refund however many people were silly enough to get one of those pre-order editions going. And so now they are several $100,000 on top of that $21 million they are throwing into this to make Yasuke a little less impactful on the story. And that's...
I'm getting Concord echoes, because this is the exact same thing. If you guys remember the Colin Moriarty's source, it basically explained that after like 6 years of development, Concord was in a really bad state, and instead of taking their time to work it out, they just spent the entire budget again to hire more people to just make it better, right? Like there's no real direction, just make it better. So I'm getting like, I feel like that's going to happen here again.
Yeah.
We talked about it last week, but I just got to bring up Ghost of Yode and the timetable between Ghost of Tsushima, Ghost of Yode. It's probably going to be cheaper to do Ghost of Yode than it is going to be for Assassin's Creed. And it's going to be a better game, and it's going to be more accurate. And I mean, we saw the interview of the director, of the co-directors. What they said inspired them to do Ghost of Yode was just being in the park and just like being inspired by the sound of the bears in the park and just the scenery. It wasn't just like some woke bullshit or some like virtue signaling. It was just
perfect. Yes.
It was just visiting Japan, going to Hokkaido, going to Yode Park, and just being inspired by the surroundings. Like that's what art is. That's what game developing should be, especially for a game like this.
Well, to me, that shows that you're right on point, Nerdigans. It shows that difference in the approaches, where the Sucker Punch team was like, "This is so beautiful. This is Japan. I want to make a game that honors Japan. Like this is what I want to capture." The Ubisoft team said, "Let's put a game in Japan because we can use that as a setting to bitch about it." And like when you're approaching something with genuine love, it comes out with often better quality than something where you're doing it out of spite. Or let me rephrase that. You can do a lot of good things out of spite. What I meant to say was they're doing it not out of spite, but out of, I guess it is spite. It's like you're doing it out of a desire to antagonize the group of people you don't like. I guess is what I'm trying to say, which is a way of it, malice. But I'm just talking away myself around myself.
It sounds like out of malice would be, I think, the terming.
Malice is probably a good one there too. Yeah, malice is a good one.
Malice at the palace.
Speaking of malice, before
What
we
is that,
do
like
close-
98?
Before we do close
2004,
out,
wasn't that long?
It all runs together now. I got within 6 years of a wrestling event. That's good for me.
Those do meld together after a while. But speaking of melding together, before we drop into the last subject here, we do want to bring up that Voltron will be getting a live action series that it's now found. It's a starring role here with Daniel Quinn Toy. I'm not familiar with this young man, but this is apparently who will be putting...
hey Jacob, check out that log line right under the headline. The filmmaker behind the Netflix hit Red Notice is directing the live action adaptation. Woo! That movie's crap.
Yay.
This is the failing upwards. Guys, go, if you don't want to watch it for yourself, go watch like Jacob's go read his review of Red Notice, go watch his movie review stream of Red Notice. Like, that movie sucks. And now this guy is getting Voltron. Like, it's just no. You should be doing Burger King commercials.
Yeah.
That's an insult to Burger King.
I know. I just couldn't think of anything worse.
The Burger King commercials in the early 2000s and the 90s were like, that'd be a good director for Voltron.
That's
true. Could you get the honeycomb serial director guy? He'd be pretty good for it.
The best commercial director for Voltron would be whoever did that old Marines commercial where the Marine gets like the sword and he like lunges to fight the dragon. It's stupidest commercial ever. Makes no sense, but damn if that didn't make 13.
Join the military, fight dragons. The U.S. military keeping us so safe from dragons, you think they're extinct.
You think they're gone? We invaded Iraq and then we had dragon commercials. What are you trying to tell us, government?
There's so much crazy stuff involved with that now that the people are talking about what went down when we first went in there. We found some stuff, or at least went looking and found what we were looking for. I don't know. But anyway, speaking of looking and finding out, here's Zackary Levi getting attacked by the Elmo defender himself, Will Wheaton.
Yeah, Jacob, you want to take this one? I know this is a particular fun subject for you, the Levi stuff.
Yeah, first question, who the hell is Will Wheaton?
Will Wheaton.
Mm-hmm. Will Wheaton was the young child actor on Star Trek The Next Generation. He played Wesley Crusher. Oh, I thought he was asking for real.
No, that's the joke. Literally. Like, who cares?
Who's Will Wheaton? I know.
He was a snot-nosed idiot that gave up the easiest job in his life 2 seconds before it became a career-making position.
Seriously.
Yeah, that's... I often wonder what Captain Crusher would have been like. In
other words, he is an absolute J-Bron, is what you're saying.
Yeah,
here, right?
Yeah, the typifying. If when you look up in the Urban Dictionary what jabroni looks like, it is Will Wheaton showing you his ass.
That sounds about right. That sounds perfect. But yeah, so last Saturday, Zackary Levi came out in an event. It was a Trump rally in Dearborn, Michigan, and it was a panel that he was hosting with Tulsi Gabbard and Robert Kennedy Jr. He came out basically in support of Trump because, Robert Kennedy Jr. actually came out and endorsed him after his failed campaign. So they were go there, speaking, talking about, the state of the country. And, Zackary has some very interesting comments to make here. And I think I alluded to this a while back ago. If you guys recall, I think it was 2 years ago, Zackary Levi actually lost his father. I believe it was like something cancer related. And roughly like a week after his father's death, he was making some interesting posts on social media, alluding to the fact that, Big Pharma in one way or another may have been involved in his father's death. So he came out super hard in the paint against big pharmaceutical companies, which was a big no-no back then, because it was like we were in an era of safe and effective, and you're not allowed to say things like that. And it's kind of snowballed.
7 days to stop the spread.
Yeah, so now it's like snowballed into this whole situation where he's coming out in full support of Donald Trump, which is also another big no-no where the industry that he comes from, because you can't do stuff like that in Hollywood. We're only allowed to go to freak-off parties and have questionable relationships with children. You can't just go out there and support Republicans. Like, what is wrong with you? What makes you think that you can do something like that? But he came out and in this event and made a few interesting statements along the way. So there was obviously a video going on to like some of the bigger points, but he was telling everyone, it's like, hey, my parents were kidney Democrats who turned into Reagan Republicans. They taught me to have a healthy distrust of government and a healthy distrust for an industry that runs amok, which is obviously a direct shot at the pharmaceutical industry that, you know, just so happens to be, you know, the big Democrats a boosting party. And Levi, who is in fact, you know, a libertarian, which I'm pretty sure, you know, he has to keep that, you know, under wraps, because, you know, even being a libertarian is a no-no in Hollywood. You're only allowed to think one way, damn it.
If you don't vote Kamala, you're not Hollywood.
And he said that, you know, I stand with Bobby, I stand with Tulsi, and I stand with everyone who has been standing with Donald Trump. He said, I do believe that the two choices that we have, we only have two. President Trump is the man that can get us there. He's going to get us there because he's going to have the backing and the support of the wisdom and the knowledge that that the fight that exists in Robert Kennedy Jr. and Representative Tulsi Gabbard. I don't know why I keep butchering that name there, that first name, but he even went on to pretty much dunk on, you know, the Democrat Party, saying that we live in a country that's been hijacked by a lot of people who want to take it off of the cliff. It says that we're here to stop that. We're here to make sure that we're going to take this country back. And yeah, so a lot of explosive comments that Shazam made during this whole argument here. He also says that, you know, it's not just the foods that we're eating, it's the pharmaceuticals that's being shoved down our throats. He also explained that, you know, that the image was that we're being lied to, we're being poisoned, calling out the media, obviously calling out indirectly the people who support Kamala Harris, because I mean, he was basically said that, like,
that's
hey,
what
look,
it was.
Yeah, he's basically saying that, hey, look, you know, don't go after, you know, the voters, that they're being lied to, and they're thinking that, you know, she's the one that's gonna like solve all the problems. She's not. Obviously, it's the media and a whole bunch of other people like causing that lie. So I feel like, based on his statements, and I made this on a couple of shows so far, I feel like he's kind of where most Trump people were back in 2016, where they may have just like recently converted or changed their mind, and they're kind of like, well, you know, I still got a lot of friends in the industry, and they're all lefties, and I don't think they're all bad people, so hey, let's get together and have a conversation and talk about our differences. And it's like, I think Levi realized, like, hey, like, we've been doing this for like 8 years now. It's like, you're a little far behind. It's like, who knows, but get in another 5 years, and, you know, Zackary probably won't even believe that we actually went to the moon, because that's usually how this whole thing fast forwards when we get here, right?
Give it 4 years, and Levi is going to be doing the RFK roadkill diet. Like, I know it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he even said that every single person, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, independent, libertarian, you're all, every single one of us is a child of God. Basically calling on people tonight, hey, don't take the bait of, you know, people attacking one another. It's like, you know, he knew that he was going to get heat for his choice there. So then all of a sudden, this absolute J-brone of a human being, Will Wheaton, who is in no way, shape, or form connected to the Shazam universe or anything relevant in the last 30 years, yet somehow he decided that he was going to put in his 2 cents here, and it was something that here his comments in a nutshell. It's like, hey, I'm a nerd, and we're diverse, and we're that's a safe space for diverse people like ourselves, unless you support Trump. What a disappointment in this screen. How disgusting for him to go out there and support Trump. It's like, dude, you're 55 years old.
Okay, just a quick note, because you brought up, like, what has he even been in the last whatever. It's true, he doesn't really have a career. His main career now is he was doing guest spots on Big Bang Theory, and which is, oh yay, good for you, like, congrats, you've made it. But then he was doing the sort of, remember, for a long time it was sort of popular to have the pre or the post, like, the after show, like there was like Talking Dead for
the Chris Hardwick show.
Yeah, exactly. The Chris Hardwick show. He was doing that for Star Trek, or like Discovery and all the new stuff that was coming out when that was happening. And so this most recent season of Star Trek Discovery not Discovery, like season 2 of Picard had them go like deal with immigration. Like, they traveled to the current day, and Earth was fascist, and because of immigration and just all your sort of standard Orange Man bad stuff. But in the post show, Will Wheaton, whoever he was talking to, would always be like, so I noticed that you guys took on ICE, which to me is a fascist organization on the same level as the Nazis. You're so brave for taking that down. Explain to me how you had the courage to talk about that. And 9 times out of 10, whoever he's talking to, whether it's an actor or a writer, they're just like, yeah, it's something that's going on right now. Like, they're like put off by how
put more fries in the bag, bro.
Yeah, exactly. They're just like, dude, calm down. It's just a show. Like, calm down.
Yeah, so this absolute just there's so many words that start with F that I want to say, but I'm not going to say it because we're on the Bounding YouTube channel right now. But yeah, he just had to go out there. I was going to go fruit booty, a little bit of a throwback to the 1990s when you can actually call people that and people laughed instead of getting upset. But yeah. That was going to be my F slur. I don't know what you guys were thinking. Maybe you should get your head out of the gutter. But outside of that, yeah. So this guy decided that he just needed to jump in because he hasn't been attached to anything relevant. But outside of that, a lot of the media covered it. Obviously, a lot of people were attacking him. Like they're like, "Oh, I didn't know that Zackary Levi was a racist," and that whole thing. So that was all pretty predictable. We all knew that exactly that was going to happen here. So yeah, it's safe to say that after the disappointing box office results of Shazam 2, that Zackary Levi's mainstream Hollywood career is pretty much over now. It's like he's not going to be invited to like any of like the Sony, Warner Brothers, Disney backed properties, all those ones that you have to be a member of like CAA and like Endeavor to be in those type of like roles now. So that's probably all said and done. But all I know is that there's a few base people who worked on Shazam. I mean, with the exception of Rachel Zegler, who's just like poison in literally everything she's ever been a part of in her entire life. But outside of that, it's good to hear that people are finally having enough. And let's be honest, there's probably a lot more people in that town that probably want to say that, but they're just too big of a cowards to do it. Because who knows, maybe they have some Diddy P tape by the FBI. They just don't want it to get leaked out. So be like, yeah, no, I totally support Harris because she's great and I love abortions and stuff like that.
I feel like that point is pretty salient. Like, obviously, this is all speculation. We don't have any evidence, but like, you always notice
the
that
FBI has it. We don't have it.
Yeah, well, they're trying to find it right now. Diddy has it in one of his 7 grottos underneath his house. But it's always like when you see a celebrity come out in support of a non-Democrat, like a non-Democrat candidate, they're always sort of like, I wouldn't say like the weird ones, but they're always sort of like fringe Hollywood, like Levi. Like I always thought he's an actor, but he was never on the in with everybody. Same with like Cheryl Hines over with RFK. I feel like the only what you said there sort of hits it. Like they can come out and talk because they never went fully into Hollywood, so they don't got anything blackmailable. Or if they do, it's not on the level of a Diddy grotto.
Yeah, exactly. They weren't invited to like the Diddy party. They weren't invited to like the private mansion party where you have to like turn in your cell phones before you're allowed to enter the premises. Like they didn't get invited to the CAA parties or anything like that. So it's like, I ain't got really that much to lose. It's like you got nothing on me, so I'll just say whatever I want to say, and that'll be that. And I'm glad that Levi doesn't have any like dirt on him. He probably got out scathed. It's like, yeah, at this point in time, you may want to just get away from the giant mushroom cloud that's coming, because it is coming sooner rather than later.
He can be one of the last actors like in the apocalypse that still shows up for like Comic-Cons. I'm cool with that.
Yeah, right. And here's the thing, like, and this is the thing with like Hollywood people need to understand. When it comes to like the movie business, it's not really making a movie that's the difficult part. Making a movie is actually like the easiest part of the entire business, because you really don't need like big budgets or like big effects or anything like that. Like it is very easy to make something that's like 5 million and like below. Like if you're just trying to make movies for like the sake of movies, the problem has always been distribution, and that's the thing. And what has happened with a lot of these smaller flicks is that the reason why it's so hard for them to get distribution is because somebody at one of the bigger, companies like a Disney, like a Warner Brothers, like a Sony, somebody who has, a name or some backing, or maybe a future film that's going to come out here in a few years, they can go like, oh, you're going to play that movie at your movie theater? Well, you're not going to get insert film here when it comes out in a few months. And then, of course, because all these like movie theaters are like literally on like razor thin margins, like AMC, who seems to be getting like saved by like some kind of money laundering scheme every 6 months. They got
how does that keep happening? How does that keep happening?
Every 6 months it'd be like, oh, we short squeeze AMC again. All of a sudden they have money. It's like, wait, man.
It's the same cycle. It's like we short squeezed AMC, and then the next day it's like, oh, AMC discussing possible bankruptcy moves, and then it's like the next week, AMC's great, and it's like, what happened here? What happened here?
Popcorn buckets can't save them forever.
Yep.
They're banking on it, though.
Yeah, they're literally using it as a floaty at this point. That's basically what they're doing. But yeah, because the theaters themselves don't really have any leverage to be like, hey, look, I mean, if we don't do what they say, we're not gonna get, Iron Man, Doctor Doom movies. So it's like, oh, sorry, you guys just not gonna be able to show here. And that's kind of like the dirty politics of what goes on behind the scenes. That's why it's really like difficult for them to get certain movies made. That's why you only see like certain films, either they only get like a handful of screens or like a handful of actual showings like in the theater, and that's why it's a lot harder for them. Then of course you have to have the marketing, and let's be honest here, how do you typically market a movie? Oh, you run ads. Well, who owns the networks that you run the ads on? Disney, NBC, Universal, Paramount, all these big networks. And it's like, oh yeah, you think that Disney or Paramount's gonna allow you to run Sound of Freedom ads on their network during their highest rated shows? Like, yeah, good luck with that. So yeah, so that's kind of the monster that we're dealing with here. With
it sort of reminds me too, like I remember this because there was one in my I lived right next to one when this all went down. But do you guys remember like they used to have the smaller like neighborhood theaters? You would have like, oh, we're showing like Aliens tomorrow, or oh hey, we're doing a Ghibli week or whatever, right? They would just sort of show whatever they wanted. When Disney bought Fox, that got they got their entire catalog with that. So what Disney did was they said, no, you can't screen these without paying us like an exorbitant like licensing fee. So things like pretty much everything, that means like all Disney movies, all Fox Studio movies, you couldn't show anything. So all independent theaters were like, what do we do? We shut down.
Shut her down. I miss those. Shut
her down.
Well, like there's still like some of the indie theaters, like in Mountain View, for example. My dad goes to them all the time with my stepmom, but like they're very, very far and few between. There was one where I grew up in the Bay Area that's where I saw Titanic in, and they had like independent films, they had foreign films, and that one shut down. I want to say like a few years after, because it was attached to a mall at the time, like a few years after the mall completely shut down. That really, oh God, it sucks when that all these independent theaters are getting shut down because of this kind of stuff. But somehow the drive-in theater is still open. So
you can go to the Disney Google. Well, that's because my first joke was like they're shutting them all down so you can go to the Disney Googleplex. But the reason that the drive-in ones are still like really, or at least in business, Nerdigans, is more that they can use that space for other things. Like there's always
for the flea markets and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But man, drive-in theaters are just like, they're still the best deals. And you can also sneak in people too. If you have the right
you just got to do it Mexico style. Just put them all under the trunk in a blanket.
Exactly. But hey, you get 2 for 1. I mean, or if you're smart, you could do 4 for 1.
That's what I'm saying. You can get like 9 for 1 if you have the right kind of car.
That is very, very true. But I don't know. Did you guys see the Rugrats live action that they're doing?
I saw the announcement. I'm terrified. I don't. Do you guys remember the Ally McBeal baby?
Why?
Like it's that. It's gonna be that. It's gonna be the E-Trade babies. I don't know, man. It's just weird. Just don't do it. What do you think, Nerdigans? What is your take on it?
Why? There's just why? Like, I understand live action adaptations for like certain things, like for the way Japan does them for anime, it's understandable, and also they do it right. But like for Rugrats, why? You don't need to do it. Nickelodeon, just make new cartoons. Just, you can't rely on SpongeBob forever.
You can't tell us what to do.
No, that's exactly. They're going, no, we have all these IP. You like it. Like.
You can't rely on. You don't use like half the IPs that were that you guys have.
They don't need to when SpongeBob makes $9 million a minute.
That is
true.
I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying that's what's happening.
No, that's it's what is that? Mickey Mouse for Nickelodeon. I don't think they've ever had a mascot as successful as SpongeBob. I think that's
no way.
Yeah.
It was Rugrats for a while. It was Rugrats for a long time, remember? And then Fairly Odd Parents came along. I will say this though,
but that was like the same time. That was the same time as like SpongeBob. They came in like together.
They were after SpongeBob.
They were like a couple years after or something like that.
Look at that, but copying.
But Fairly Odd Parents, it's a spiritual sequel, I would say, but that's actually doing pretty well. I've heard nothing but good things about it. It's not getting advertised enough, but I've heard nothing but good things about it. It's not one of those soulless reboots. And I've talked to some of the writers from there, and they're really, really nice.
We talked about this. We talked about this, Masato. We talked about like how are we gonna handle Skeeter? Skeeter means a lot different things in 2024 than it meant in 1994. Okay, so
you just have a new actor playing him in every scene. That's all. Like there you go, boom, ethnically ambiguous to the end. Or
I guess
have the guy. You know what? I'm fine with him being like black if you make it the guy who played Worf. Like make it that guy. We need to get out of here.
I'm not sure.
My question is this going to be based on Nickelodeon's Doug or Disney's Doug?
Because Disney owns Doug, remember?
Yep.
Then it's probably going to be Disney Doug, which is really bad.
Oof.
We do have a member chat. We have a member chat from Pinochet's Helicopter Tours, 38 months with the channel. Thank you very much, by the way. Is Hollywood that devoid of creativity? Why are we not getting anything new? What's going on? They saving creativity for Horizon Zero Dawn future? No.
Why would they save it for the future if they haven't shown it at all?
As we explained a little earlier with what's going on with the game devs, is that they're not hiring for the mission at hand, if you will. They're not hiring for the task at hand. They are hiring ideologues. They're hiring people who are of the same thinking that they are, not creatively, politically. And thus, nothing is accomplished because the people who are on site for the mission are not engaged in that mission. They are engaged in the political agenda, perhaps associated with that mission, but more often than not associated with that mission, though it becomes associated due to the involvement of these ideologues. That's why there's no creativity. That's why it's all fan fiction, is because it's not there to create new things. It's there to change your mind. It's there to tell you that you are wrong in your thinking. Here's your superhero. Here's your childhood hero telling you that you are wrong in the way that you think. And that's the whole point of it.
Look at Dragon Age too. I mean, I got to bring up Dragon Age because I've asked Dragon Age fans about like the character designs for a minute and the game itself, and they're just so disgusted by it. They are like, this is not Dragon Age. This is Overwatch. This is Fortnite. It does not look a thing like the characters we played in Origins. Then there's the scenarios. There's only like 3 of them out of, I think it was like 60 or something like that are making it over from what was it, Inquisition or Origin, something like that. And people are
only like 3 of your decisions are coming over.
Yeah, it's like, and this game has been in development for 10 years, and they're only getting 3 out of 60 something decisions.
Because so the reason for that, and this is going to build on to what Cider is saying, because what Cider is saying is 100% true. All the ideologue, all the activism, that is happening. What the next chapter to that, or like the next step to that, is because they come out and they try to activize at you or whatever. They preach at you, they berate you, yada yada, turn you off of their product. These companies, they go, crap, we just lost everybody. How do we get them back? Something recognizable. Yay, make a new Spider-Man movie, make a new Superman movie. This will get us money, right? And they, in doing that, they're not trying to give you a good product per se. They're just trying to sort of win you back, which is sort of what you're seeing with the Veilguard, right? Nerdigans, they're going in that super hyper progressive direction with all the body scars and all that stuff. But then they go, oh, no, don't worry. Your choices still carry over. Kind of. They do, but it's not the full way. And you go, well, why couldn't you have made it as in-depth as before? Because they just need to get it out. They just want to get it into your hands so that you go, oh, yeah, I like Dragon Age. I buy Dragon Age game. Yeah, you have money now. That's all. It's recovering the money that they lose from activists. So that's why you get remakes and adaptations and all of that stuff so constantly, because they go, somebody is going to recognize that and give us $50, and we need that $50. We are not in a good place right now.
You know,
literally all the monies.
This is, again, like I mentioned earlier in the show, where we draw it down here, that this is the tilling of the soil. What is on the top now must be on the bottom. What is on the bottom must be on the top. 100 years ago, a man named Disney and his brother decided to put together a Steamboat Willie cartoon. And so many years later, decades and bodies buried in Florida, here we are with Bob Iger buying every known IP out there and pile driving it into the sewer. So we're lucky to live in a time when we can see the shift in the world and not grow up under the umbrella of Disney being the greatest thing. Because before Disney, there was vaudeville. Vaudeville was the greatest source of entertainment. And then vaudeville faded, Disney took over. Now that Disney has finally faded, thanks to the law eventually giving out from underneath them.
Now it's VTubers. I had no idea.
Well, no, I'm not kidding you. That is most likely where the Disney princess kind of like group will go, is VTubers.
Oh God,
they're so pretty, and you can dress them up. And you know, virtual paper dolls are still a thing, Spencer. There's still 12-year-old girls with smartphones. You can dress up Iron Mouse. You know,
I'm not even thinking that. Like, I'm thinking more sinister. Just, we're going to get the news tomorrow. Subscribe to the Disney VTuber channel Mondays with Tiana or whatever. And like, that to me is
Belle's
just like,
library. And she has a book club. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Elsa and Anna cook together. So they do a cooking show as VTuber
Barbie already
girls.
has one. Well, Barbie
Pocahontas teaches you about native history.
Well,
no,
Barbie
she would be the
already
gamer.
Well, here's the thing. Barbie already has a YouTube channel. I think she had like a gamer VTube channel as well, if I remember correctly.
Sure, that doesn't surprise me.
But it wasn't like, it wasn't cringy or anything like that from what
surprises
I heard.
me.
I know that those statements don't align.
I know.
So wait, they had a Barbie VTuber and they didn't do pools, hot tubs, and beaches?
No, they did not. Like,
but you can sell the accessories. You can sell the accessories.
Exactly.
No, it's like I think the Barbie Diary one ended, if I remember correctly. I don't remember. It's been a while.
The Barbie Diarrhea one. Yep.
No, but it was just a simple like YouTube channel where she just wrote in her diary. That's all it was. It was very simple.
So we do have a $5 super chat from Pinochet's Helicopter Tours, also a member of the channel. And he has a question. He says, question, is the agenda even allowed to fail? The ideologues couldn't get jobs before. Now they're in power. What happens to the activists if fired?
They go back to flipping burgers.
That's kind of what I was going to go. Like, so to your first question, like, yes, we see it all the time that the message is not allowed to fail. You will see that no matter what, they always spin whatever facts have come out to give you this narrative that things were successful, right? Like, we remember that really sad attempt for them to spin the Acolyte as a success when they were like, oh yeah, Acolyte, despite what the chuds are saying, this is the best original Star Wars series of all time. And it's like, well, you broke it down in really weird ways, and that's not entirely true. So you're just sort of fudging the numbers to make it look that way.
They're doing it with Lord of the Rings right now.
Right. That's another good way of. That's another good one is Lord of the Rings. If it ever does fail, if we ever get to a point where everybody can finally just go shut. We're like, dang it, Jacob does. If we're not on the bar room, but the shut the hell up. Like as soon as everybody gets to that point about like activism. I don't think they'll just go, okay, you're all fired. But I think what Jacob said is probably more on point. They'll get lesser positions. They'll go, they're not lead writers anymore. Now they're like assistant writers, if that, or they're copy editors. They will get demoted, hopefully, if we ever get that point. I know that's really optimistic, but if we ever get to that point, I think that's how it'll play out.
Well, and when you say ask if the agenda can't fail, it's BlackRock, it's Vanguard's Main Street. They're all the same horrible monster, you know. But they're
all named after the same thing. It's weird.
we had Larry Fink several years ago on camera saying that BlackRock was going to use its power to force behavior changes. And so, ignoring everything else that he said that's completely bonkers, a clandestine group of hyper wealthy people that have quite literally nothing better to do with their time than micromanage humanity. That is something that's happening right in front of us. So that if you're wondering where Disney just keeps on trotting off the edge of the cliff and never reaches it, if you're wondering how these corporations that are ever woke, like Ubisoft, and run now brainwash camps to insert more woke into an industry that's barely able to carry the woke it's got already,
we got too much woke. We got to go to sleep.
It is that, and it's because BlackRock wants to fully shift away from any semblance of tradition in every culture. They announced last year that they were abandoning the US markets and focusing on Japan. Lo and behold, less than 6 months later, BlackRock, or one of its subsidiaries, like maybe Vanguard, one of the other, ends up managing one of the largest digital manga distributors in Japan. And so here we are. They will not allow us to just be happy.
There's another insidious point to that, Cider, which is not only is it the biggest manga digital distributor, but they got a big foothold into the webtoon game, which is a really big, like, that's probably, in terms of comics, that's the next frontier for capitalization. Obviously people are doing it and creating, but like for success, that's where everything is going really soon. So there you go, in on the, not even the ground floor, like the fetal floor.
Well, see, Larry Fink is uncomfortable with how many people know who he is and know what he did to accumulate his wealth. He's not, I can't guarantee this, but he's not a guy that like killed his way to power. He invented a very basic ways and means machine. It's called Aladdin. And in the late 80s, he had a massive fallout with the stock market, huge losses, like Bernie Madoff levels of screw up.
Crazy.
Did some jail time. Came out of it, and then said it's never happening again. So we went and worked with some programmers, and he came up with a machine that simply takes insurance information, like the going conversations of insurance rates. It takes in the current stock market, and it takes in a percentage of disaster on headlines, on news headlines. And that's initially what Aladdin did. And what you do is that you would feed in these parameters and with the directive of like what it'll do for investing in shipping right now. How's the shipping rate? What's the news on that? How's that comparing with the trading market with shipping right now? And so Aladdin would render, this is 65% likely to succeed. Now, the machine has become massively more complex since then.
Oh, yeah.
And takes in almost every aspect of information available to make its decisions. And they actually don't hide this. You can pay for access to Aladdin to plug into whatever scheme you have to take over your corner of the world. And they're more than happy to license that out to you. Granted, it's a lesser version because they keep the master, but it's right there. It's all, and that's how it's working, is that they're using that machine, and it's not magic. It really is no more complex than Siri in your pocket. It just sounds spooky because it's plugged into stuff that Siri isn't plugged into. And so that's how it makes its decisions. Right now, if you ask Siri, what are the odds of me winning the lottery? Siri will give you pretty much a completely honest answer on that. But if you keep hemming down what you're asking it, Siri, if I buy 700 lottery tickets, what are the odds that I win? What if I buy strictly the main lottery tickets that only limits the lottery payout to main customers? What are my odds at 700 tickets? And again, that's all Aladdin does. Is it helps you narrow down the success rate of something oddly specific, and there you go. That's how they make their decisions. So it's called Aladdin because it's based on the tale of Aladdin robbing the treasury,
the cave, the treasure cave, whatever you call it.
Right. That's why it's not the genie, because it doesn't make your wish come true. It just leads you to fortune. That's the gimmick. You got to remember, these guys think they're gods.
You got to get out. Yeah. Oh yeah.
So, yeah, he's a Bond villain. He 100% is. All these people where he said we're going to change behaviors, they're sitting in a circular room with black carpets and oak seats. It looks as diabolical as you could make it without outright casting people in shadow.
Like
they did Dr. No.
Perhaps the only other more sinister political set, aside from like the Nuremberg rallies, was when remember when Biden was like, we have to come together, but he was
the red lights.
Red lights.
Mhm.
Yeah, like
his hands are like literally going like this, like he's cursing world domination.
Those MAGAs.
It's like, there's your Bond villain.
I'll make them pay.
I'll show those corn pops.
Mhm.
And it's just that's what we're dealing with. Is you're dealing with more machine than man, and this is something that's existed before the internet was something everybody had in their house. So it's not like AI gave birth to this monstrosity, and that's just what we're at, And again, you're going to see more of these things pop up. Aladdin's maybe the first of its kind, but it's at least the most public of its kind. I guarantee you, every nation on Earth. I guarantee you every nation on Earth has had these kind of machines since at least the 60s when they were feeding key cards and punch cards into these room-sized machines.
Oh, yeah.
So Aladdin's not unique. It's just in the way that Larry used it under our current regulations with how to manipulate markets and racketeering, he ended up being the manager of the absolute largest fund in the world. So...
And that's why it won't fail. That's how we get here.
Right. The only way it fails is if you create something that people want more. That's the only way you beat it, is if you actually create something that defeats the market that it exists in. Really. You beat the game by playing it better than them. And that's it.
Yeah,
we're screwed.
So cooked.
We're screwed. Yeah.
We're so cooked.
I don't know. It sounds like fun to beat the machine. I remember that War Games movie. Remember that War Games movie? We had to be smarter than the machine when you were a kid.
I do.
Yeah.
But I also know that when I go to
do a
Vegas
movie
and I
night
say
on that
I can be smarter than this machine, I don't have a good time.
Well, you're
No.
Asian though, so you're gonna get caught for counting cards like immediately.
That's what happens all the time.
Oh.
They go, sir, can we look inside your eyelids? We need to make sure you don't have mirrors there.
Are you hiding your communication devices in the flaps?
Exactly. No.
Why are you squinting, sir? I'm not. Oh,
I'm not. You're squinting. Don't look at me.
Why are you suddenly speaking in broken English? Like you're
Spencer walks through the door and like 4 guys that are 7 feet tall just form on him immediately. Just like conga line behind him.
Honest to God, if that really happened to me, I genuinely think my first response, I would just automatically Jackie Chan it. I don't want no trouble. I don't want no trouble. Like, I think that's exactly
just
what I
here
would
for
start doing.
bathroom and buffet. Bathroom and buffet.
Just buffet.
If you ever find yourself in that position, here's the key. What you have to do is immediately piss your pants, because that will give you at least enough separation to turn around and run away before they get hold.
They're gonna think twice about grabbing you. That's for sure.
And then they're gonna like move towards you. Then they're gonna realize there's like a giant puddle of pee in front of them, so they're gonna like stop and it's gonna be like, so,
These are the secrets they don't want you to know.
And that's when you turn to the DJ and say, "Play the Benny Hill music."
And that's when you trip over some old lady's walker at the high rollers table, so you get caught.
Right. Damn it, Grandma.
But at least I tried, damn it. I tried to get out.
So there you go. That's 01 for this Wednesday, now that it's Thursday. So
Yep.
Well, it's still Wednesday here.
yeah, and you're
Wednesday for us.
Sure.
Yeah, we have been running for 3 hours tonight, 4 hours for the for Nerdigans Insider, who gave you that awesome Tokyo happy hour before we started. So I think we should wrap up. I think we hit most of the main stuff. If you want more coverage on the Dragon Quest stuff, obviously go follow Nerdigans on Twitter, Cider on our YouTube channel, and everybody else wherever they go. But yeah, let's let everybody know where everybody is. Cider.
Sure. All right. We'll kick it off with Miss Nerdigans. Miss Nerdigans out there on the wild web. Where do we find you?
You can find me on my YouTube channel, Nerdigans Inc., where we cover manga and anime every day. And speaking of, I hit over 10,000 subscribers.
Hey, that's awesome.
Congratulations.
Don't you get a play button now?
No, that's 100,000. But it means the war on YouTube's algorithm, because it's been, I can't believe I still can't believe I got YouTube. Yeah, I still can't believe I got YouTube support to admit that the algorithm has been deliberately suppressing my content for over 5 years.
Don't forget, you're still blacklisted on Twitter too. So
and Twitter's algorithm, I'm still in the Twitter shadow ban realm, even though I pay for Twitter reluctantly.
Thanks, Elon.
Thanks a lot, Elon. But yeah, you can follow me on Twitter here. On Patreon, which is patreon.com/packergirl, I'm going to be doing my anime content. If you're a $10 tier subscriber, you get to choose the stuff I cover. The ones I'm definitely covering are Bleach. I mentioned it earlier why I'm covering Bleach. I might do something extra for my YouTube because I've been covering Bleach on YouTube since like 2016. It was one of the first series I covered. I'm covering Dragon Ball Daima in sub and dub because Stephanie Nadolny is back. And I'm part of the Toonami generation, so I kind of have to cover it as well. And then, of course, if you want to help contribute to the insanity that I do, you could check out my Cash App. That is right there below my banner. And in terms of founding, I just have to get some images up for the Zenless Zen Zero Yuri Tard story, and then that will be submitted. And I got to find a couple more. I know there's got to be a couple more stories I got to pitch. Hopefully I will do that. I just
whatever you got, no pressure. Whatever you got, no pressure. I know this next.
No,
one's
all
really
the pressure. Move faster.
Well, that's what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to do bad cop, good cop.
Well, yeah, I got to deal with paying my rent first. That's why I'm under a lot of stress.
Boo-hoo, I got rent to pay.
Well, I'd like to have a place to live.
They won't kick you out for like 9 years. You're fine.
Yeah, you can just squat in your own apartment. I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
I need to just get a GoFundMe at this point. I swear.
There's always Uber.
Somebody will get you your bunny costume, and that'll change everything.
Well, I don't have a car. Otherwise, maybe I would do Uber. But
do zip car and then Uber the zip car.
Somebody out there is making $1 million doing that.
Somebody's found the way to use that. Yeah.
So, Jacob, where do they find you out on the wild web?
Society Reviews. You can check me out over there. What I got coming up? Friday, we're going to be reviewing Joker 2 in Metropolis, so we're going to be doing that on Friday night. Sunday,
have you watched it yet?
Not yet. We're gonna watch it tomorrow. So I've heard everyone talk about the ending. We'll see how it's all pieces. I'm gonna be honest with you. There was no need for a second movie to begin with, but yeah, we'll go deeper into those thoughts on Friday.
I want to say I'm so excited to watch that one, but I watch all of them, so I'll be there.
Yeah. Sunday we'll be doing Bible Lens. Our good buddy Shaxworth is joining us, and we're gonna go back and have a follow-up conversation on the one that we had a few months ago. So we'll be doing that one on Sunday. Tuesday we got the bar room like we always do. Go back and check out last night's episode. We talked about the WNBA. We talked about Chelsea, Zackary Levi in more detail. Then we also talked about Paul Feig still blaming everyone but himself for the failures of Ghostbusters 2016. So
let it go.
Like literally everyone else has moved on. Move on already. Yep. And that's all. So that's what we got.
All right then. Spencer, out there on the wild web, where do we find you?
That's definitely where you can find me, is somewhere out there. As always, guys, you can check boundingintocomics.com for new stories every day. We have been killing it this week with our coverage. Everybody's loving Jacob's Zackary Levi, Will Wheaton. Ryan put up that VTuber interview with Fallen Shadow, aka Shondo, that the Tokyo Happy Hour crew was talking about a little while ago. Go check that all out. I also took down notes to what you guys were saying for content, so I'll see what I can get cooking regarding that. It's a lot of you guys want recommendations and you want nerdigans. We've also got some requests for manga anime comparison stuff, so maybe we can figure out how to get you on that. But aside from that,
I already do that. Well, I already do that on my Patreon.
I know, and that's why I'm saying we'll find a way to get it sponsored over here or something too. Gosh, put me on the spot in front of everybody. But
let them hype you up, damn it.
I'm trying to be on your side here. But yeah, guys, check out everybody's content that they've got going on here. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Cider is killing it. Go over, subscribe to Jacob. I'm over there all the time. There's never a stream that's not entertaining or informative. If you guys want to see more of me, you can always follow me on Twitter at KabutoWriterMav. You can also catch me tomorrow night over on the channel, on the Foil Variant channel, where me and Andrew Rodriguez from the Ripperverse will be discussing this week's comic releases. Then you can catch me Friday on my own channel, Studio Kabuto. Good, the Mad, the Ugly, where we hang out, talk about whatever you guys want to talk about. So if that sounds up your alley, come on and hang out. And then, yeah, do whatever Cider says. Listen to Cider.
Yeah, provided StreamYard doesn't freeze mid-click, that would be great. But
again,
Yeah, right. It's just it's StreamYard. So Leslie Tarkin does bring up the point that I wanted to make before we close out the stream tonight. I've been
Yeah.
waiting to talk. I've been waiting to talk about this because there's just been a lot of heartache and confusion about what's going on right now, and I don't like to speak with old information. So I've been trying to stay up to date on everything. As she says right here, please keep those affected by Hurricane Helene in your prayers. The government is going to Maui them, leave them to fend for themselves. Right now, we're not seeing a hurried response on the ground to what's happening for the people who survived Helene. There's another storm system headed their way. It's likely going to take a similar storm track. So if you're not going to be in the direct path of this one, you're probably going to get rained on all the same. So if you're already having trouble with keeping the rain out of your home, it's not going to go great going forward. So if you would please, if you see in your local area a donation for food or clothes, blankets, any type of supplies that you feel that you're comfortable, donating as the winter months comes on for you and your family, don't put yourself out, but please remember that these folks have quite literally lost everything, and our government is a bit preoccupied at the moment to get a measured response that we saw, like for Katrina and whatnot, going in there. And I don't think it's anything personal. I think the government's just doing not what it needs to do. We're paying too much.
It's being the government.
Yeah, we're paying too much attention to what the military-industrial complex wants and not what the people on the ground want. So just a reminder out there when you see a food drive or like a blanket drive or a toy drive for children, because Christmas is going to suck this year for these people who have lost everything. So please also consider, you see that angel tree, go ahead and grab a couple of those toys that are on that list. That's all I have to say about that on this somber note. So we're going to test something out tonight. StreamYard has a new function. We'll see if it doesn't freeze. When I hit this button, we should be hitting an outro all at once rather than having to hit 2 stages of it. So we'll see what happens. In any case, good luck out there. And until the next one, good luck again. I keep saying it